All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much for the Ill-Fated session 53.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
We have
All
a
right.
town.
We have a town. Okay. So you all are looking at the landing page for the Chosen Ones. Taking this the Ill-Fated at the moment. So I'm going to go through some of the information back in the 90 days. I just want to highlight some stuff that has happened in the 90 days. Now, you all have a handout that depicts pretty much everything your characters had gone through. Okay. So, just elaborating on a couple points that can't really be conveyed in terms of writing it unless I want to make a whole thing, which would be too much information in a handout. Now, Master Thon Hogsley, okay, the master of the Council of Common, right? They are not somebody who is under your authority. They aren't somebody that uh, is depicted as a part of Fate Haven. Okay, Master Thon Hogsley, as the master of the Council of Common, is direct to Falor Keep. They themselves now find in a whole heap of work based on what has happened. So getting in contact with them and getting into the coffers and what Lord Thalfalor had promised isn't really an option anymore. Okay? So there is a whole dilemma and dynamic happening at that present moment, right? So that's Master Thon. Now, Master Thon did in the 90 days, right? They had time spent with Maldor. There was a lot of kind of handshaking. I depicted this very much like The Witcher, Geralt, when you're just kind of standing there going, kind of thing. Or maybe you had a smile upon your face. So part of that was really showcasing, hey, there's this new place, right? You should check it out. You should send any nobility, like house, send your people there if they're trying to find homes. The land is cheap. These things are being supported by Lord Downfalor. You should do that, right? So that's what Master Thon Hogsley did for all of you. They really were like the middleman into all the negotiations and things with the Theba and the refugees. Okay, so now we come to Varys. Now, Varys, you had spent time in your statecraft. You had actually built a relationship to be able to send weapons, arms, and supplies for the war. All right. Now, it is up to you, based on what has happened to Beelder and now Clan Gilgal dwarfs potentially coming to attack and siege the Gorn Valley. It is up to you what you want to do with that statecraft and how you want to play on the relationship of that. Because right now, all that's negotiated is just delivery of weapons and arms and supplies, which arrive on your Brackish Harbor. They were going to also go to Olathan, but because of what happened, they're going directly to Fate Haven, up the river between the marshes. Okay? All right. Erwin, there's nothing really else. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The only thing I would touch upon for you, Erwin, is that Sil Morena, which are essentially Selûnites in this context, they have actually created a place of worship here.
Okay.
So if you actually double click, and if you go to the map and you double click at the center point of that courtyard, this area around here is known as the Gilded District. The Gilded District comprises mainly of guilds, and that's why they call it the Gilded District, but they also have other sorts of notable places that are larger, not necessarily housing for people. One of these particular places is known as the Baths of the Moon Maiden. There is an instaard there. There's Castian. That's really small on my screen. I gotta read. By vision. Castian Del Amin, and I don't know how to pronounce it myself, so I should have changed that name after I created it. Now, they're from Delvoros, and they are there to bring followers and worshippers. Okay, so there's others too that have come from this continent as well. So that's kind of the only thing to touch upon in terms of information. Now, there's other places of worship and things that have been created here in Fate Haven, and this is a side effect of what has happened in the past 90 days. So you can kind of read that at your leisure. I've only included small snippets of information, not to overwhelm in terms of these places and how they work. So, Thanos, Astorvan's in your dominion, dreaming and waiting for you to command. The only thing to touch up on you is that you have the Rangers of Orcivis. They're also part of the House Fates, so they are members of the guild. It's a branch of the guild, and they are enlisted spies, but they're no longer guard anymore. So that's something to note, right? So that's not what they do anymore. It's not their capacity. And they also have had a side effect by having these Rangers in here, as well as yourself, is that they've created a place of worship for Orcivis. That is in Gilded District as well. You are noted as the superior of that faith. You are Lord Viper. Okay. So you're still in command of this spy stuff, but also now this whole faith thing is happening too. It's just a side effect of it all. Tegan, you are the relationship. You're the reason why Alvin Tumblerat is here, the emissary on your council. They don't have any sort of say in anything. All they do is they run errands and messages. They are the emissary. They're the envoy of the Council of Fates. So that's what Alvin Tumblerat. And Alvin Tumblerat happens to be an elder of the Tumblerats. Tegan, there's over 36 Tumblerats in the town. They are the largest family in your town.
I know every one of them by name.
So,
Oh, I'm sure I do too. Don't worry.
you spent some time fishing on the south side. You were working, doing relationship building and stuff, and you came to be friends with the Tumblerats and noticed that they are very handy. And they have a lot of relationships themselves. So, Alvin is definitely one of those ones that's willing to make things happen. Now, Lucar, so you are actually, well, technically you can be, if you wish, you are the captain of the Havenist. So you can get another person to captain your ship, right? You can also say, I want to get a first mate. I want to go down the route. I imagine that you would probably just take charge of the ship itself. And the crew would just accompany you from your actual structure of the docks, and we'll just take it from there, right? If we use the Havenist. The one thing to note is that you actually learn, and what's not in here is you actually learned Captain Morgan's first name,
Excellent.
which is great. So,
Don't want to know what you had to do.
And what is it?
Siltaris.
Interesting.
You're Captain Siltaris Morgan.
Struck me as a Dave.
A Dave, yeah. Now,
How you spell that?
chat.
They also have an icon on the map down by the dock.
They do. They have an icon down. I'm going to pin that message. You'll see that there is in chat. There's 2 different categories: pinned and default messages. So you can actually cycle through to pinned things. You can also look at the journal icon on the town map. You can double click that and it pops it up, or you can go to the journal icon over here, and then within Fate Haven, there is all of those journals that are pinned as well.
The great silly Morgan.
Exactly. So the Golden Hand right now, with the Black Rat as the flagship, they are really getting sanctuary at Fate Haven. And in exchange for sanctuary, they are also defending the Delta. Okay, so they're defending the Marsh Delta, right? So they're kind of protecting your waterways right now. They're going to stay in that capacity based on the services rendered. So that's really why the captain has kind of stayed here, is because of what you are offering them. In addition, an exchange of that, right? All right. On a lesser note, just kind of pass through in transition. There is no icon for the House of Bounties. I felt it was kind of unnecessary. They are a little bit of a hybrid guild known as the Embakar because they come from Emberock and Rudikar. Not really a note. They're really just kind of people who put bounties up. The Undying Respite and that bridge that crosses over to the marshes. That's the Fog Bridge. They're kind of running the show in terms of monster hunting and the other things. Getting adventurers, travelers, that sort of thing. Not a journal icon for that because they don't really have a shop. Because they're not offering anything else to you all that the blacksmith and the alchemist don't provide. So they're really just kind of there operating passively as a service. If you ever want to kind of interact with them or go through conversations with them, you can, but they're just going to continue to do what they do, which is just like the farms, just like the mines. In addition to that, there is a masonry guild. There's Corehammer that was founded because of how much stone you need for the keep of the mines. There's a mining guild founded for the town. So this is stuff that's background that I'm not going to make a journal entry for, per se. It's not really that necessary. But if you actually go into the Fate Haven description, which is on the left side of the title, there is some information about them that's kind of put into there because they did have a part in helping out. Same way, the Guard, Guardians of the Fate, that's included a little bit in there, but it's not going to have its own thing. Just going to have the Watch Commander. Woo!
Yippee!
Yay.
Exciting stuff.
We
Okay.
have time. That's a lot.
It is a lot. So I was trying to contemplate putting all of the journal stuff on, but I figured I would tailor it a little bit so it wasn't just like out there for too much information to overwhelm you. So if it does come to it, putting it in if it's necessary, we'll go that route. But right now it's nice just to have the imagination a little bit with it as well. All right. We put the token vision on. That way, a little bit more cinematic. I will be taking the token vision off potentially of the map, just so you don't have to have your tokens on to see the map. So for now, I'll put it back. I'll put it on here.
Okay.
This is like the scene where everyone rounds up together to look at what everybody did once the training montage is over.
Right.
So we are currently on the 17th of Therendor, 3712 Antares. It is the new year. You have gone into a new year after the 90 days has passed. You are still in winter. You have a kind of a couple weeks left of winter, and then you are coming into spring. A new season, a change of time. This is all great. It's great for your farmers. Master of crops, Marcus. He's not at the council, obviously. He does not have a room at the keep. You've decided that plainly.
Very much without hesitation.
Without hesitation. It's great for the
Yeah.
travelers. It's great for the traders. Wintertime, even here, is a little bit harsh because you are on the zone of a mountain, southern frost horns, right? And so you had a little bit of snow come through on the northern edge. Nothing that would actually hit the town itself. What stands out right now is the information that's just been handed over by a letter. Lord Thalenfalor. This letter has been transcribed. It's been scribed by the Society of Falthor and through the Guild of Lore and Myth. They've translated this as well to other languages and were able to pass them around through their messengers. Reaching the House of Fates then reaches your council. You are now at council, meeting in your Chamber of Fates. This is in your keep. The keep itself, described to you. I'm going to give it just a brief description because you can read it yourself. I won't go through it. There's not going to be any maps really. It's just theater of mind that we can imagine. The keep is small. It's a small keep, but it's based on the design of a sea gate. So a sea gate keep technically has a lot of bastions. It has rounded walls. It looks like a clover leaf. And so that's what your keep really is designed like. It's a very formidable, defensible, modern keep in terms of medieval era. You have 3 levels to this keep. You also have a rooftop with towers and siege weaponry upon it as well. Then you have a dungeon area, treasury, a jail, and an armory that's down there. The armory is the one that stashes the supplies from Glenmark and the weapons and arms, in addition to the smithing done in the courtyard of your keep, supplied by the mines of Fatehaven, right? So this is all culminating into why the keep is this way. This particular chamber is on the 3rd level. First chamber's kitchens, supply rooms, second chamber bed chambers, dining hall, and the 3rd chamber would be your chamber of fates. Okay, 3rd level. It's just one big thing. And this chamber and this level is also very small in comparison to the 2nd and 1st floors. Imagine a tiered cake and how it gets smaller as it goes up, right? So you can see in this particular chamber that there is rooms for studies. There's alcoves of shelves lined with books. If you actually have court scribes, they would be in position here to take documentation of what has transpired. Right now, this is a closed meeting. You do not have any court scribes at current because the statecraft is not being done to talk to, and it's not going to be related or kind of given to the town as a, you imagine newspaper, right? That kind of thing, printed out, handouts, those sort of things. You want to keep this hushed. So this is why there's no actual court scribes in your chamber. The banners, your sigil, your colors are all here. They're adorned on the keep. They're adorned on your walls, right? Your interior and your exterior walls, they have a height of 25 feet guard towers. This is courtesy of what you all wanted. That's why a whole masonry guild was formed to help build your walls in record time. They are still being built. Okay, it has only been 90 days. Got to be realistic. To fully complete these walls and the towers would take years. But right now, they are defensible against raids, things that would interrupt the harvesting of your materials, which is what we do mechanically. You actually will find that if you go into your backpack, the actual party assets of the Ill-Fated, you will see that there are 1,680 slabs of mysterious flesh. There is over 4,000 pelt of fur and hides, over 4,000 scraps of Beskar, and over 4,000 bundled of thorn stems. That is what you all have accumulated after 90 days. That is what has been outputted by your structures. And that is all stashed in your keep, as well as the House of Fates ready to send it and deliver to you at a moment's notice. The Haveness is a medium-sized boat. That's the asset in that party as well. That is included on the dock. And I'm actually probably going to rename that actual item here to the Havenist, just so we can be particular. So why at this grand table, neatly ordained, and the sigils of yourselves, where you come from? Your seat, particular Maldor, it's designed in the way you would like it. In front of you, a placeholder divided off at this round table, if you will, is your own section, as well as everyone else. There is only 2 other people that have seats at this table, and those are seats that are generally occupied by one of the 3 individuals. That is your Watch Commander Thalden Longbeard, Guardians of Fate. That is your Spy Master Elmar Balkaran, House of Fates. And that is Master Alice Wyland, who serves as secondary to House Lord Irwin, Grizzly Watcher of the Bluegrass Company. After all, as it was the Bluegrass Company, that was the whole reason why supplies were given to Fatehaven, and really the reason why the town was built in record timing of 90 days. It was really Alice who negotiated with Akbar Construction to help form the Masonry Guild as well as the Mining Guild, and they deserve a seat at the table. And so those 3 will share and occupy the 2 seats, and just in this occasion, all 3 are here current. You also are adorned by, you're also accompanied by the Satoris Morgan, Captain Morgan, because they are representative of the Golden Hand, and they have a keen interest in this particular meeting. They are the reason why your water navigation and your protection is granted. And they have been making sure that no monstrous creatures and other things would intercept any of your goods traveling in the river delta of the Martians and failing. Even though you have a deal arranged, Thanos does not mean that all creatures are under Orpheus's control in the Martians. And then there's Alvin Tumblerat. Master family, Alvin Tumblerat of the Tumblerats. They are really here as an emissary. And they are a higher up than a scribe of the court. So they are serving as someone that can take letters if you wish them to be sent. But they are sworn to secrecy, as you all are. The Council of Fates.
Good old Al.
Good old Al. That was a very fitting name, honestly.
Surprised any of the Tumble Rats would want to live here after what happened between Andrew and
They
Sure,
don't-
none of them know.
Andrew brought that on himself. He was
That
the
is
black
true.
sheep of the family.
Seriously,
He
kicking it with the tumble rods. Andrew was a dick. Like,
Tegan just leaves out the whole Thanos torturing him montage. And just, yeah, Andrew was a dick. He sold our carriage, man.
Yeah.
He was running a chop shop,
Well,
man.
Yeah,
He
he
came up
scrubbed
over
the
dinner one time
wheels and no telling
was
what
over
happened
having-
to our horses.
Tegan was over there having dinner with the tumble rods and like, yeah, that was crazy what happened to Andrew. He's like, oh yeah, we know Andrew. You're like, oh really? And he's like, yeah, we just bought a horse off of one. That's crazy, It's more touch and go.
Perception's so high they don't know the difference.
So here at the
Cool.
meeting of the Council of Fates, why has Council been called? Council has been called because of the letter that has been sent by Lord Thalon Falor. The letter that was sent by Lord Thalon Falor depicts a harsh reality of the war front to the far south. It is not like anything that has been seen on this world since the dawn of time of record keeping. It is not a traumatic event by any means, something that be traumatic in the sense of being one and done. This is a never-ending thing. And so what you have this to compare this to would be that the undead marching from Ebeth, but even that is more of a stalemate. That is raids that cross a trench line every so often in a formidable wall of Kingdom Deadmorn. This is a barren and desolated wasteland. This is an area that has been left scorched by bluish-white flame of a great elder red worm known as Erethun that vaporizes regiments and legions of people. You're talking about thousands upon thousands of soldiers on either side that are a contest of war that fight all day, every day, and into the night. So the letter that has been sent by Lord Thalon Falor is depicting the atrocities and the horrible things that they have encountered, and why they cannot leave the battlefield to preside as king of the kingdom. That is what their stature is. They are a brother-in-law to the King Reldor Talthar, and their uncle to the Prince Aether Talthar. Both of the king and the prince, by the way, are half-elves. Something to note, blending and lying with the Mad King long ago in the Talthar line. So even the Temerians have something at stake. Knowing that the Mad King was Temerian after all, colonizer, that eventually was served as a vassal kingdom to the Republic. So the Talthar line is very much entwined. And the Temerians owe quite a bit for the resources they plundered from the southern side of this continent. So, Lord Thalon Falor, and the news that they bring is that nothing will be left to rule there will be no land. There will be nothing if they do not fight. So the reasoning is, why go back and rule a land that there's nothing, no people, no light? They depict black smog that billows out from a grand volcano on the Isle of Bure, known as Mount Tramar. It fills and plumes the air of black with purple and pink cackling lightning that strike down in pillars, constantly, never ending. It pollutes and forces darkness across the land. With torchlight and lantern light, as well as their holy light, they can push back this darkness. But they are overrun, even in their trench lines that they formed, the desolate land that forms between the two regions of Uther and Ethrina. So the warfront is held. They're backed by foothills, slight mountains that crawl themselves through the temperate grassland, as well as the slight Sahara-like area. And they hold that line, but they're still being pushed back. Lord Thalfalor states that only in a couple weeks could they be forced to fall back to Merlandar, a city built slight on a plateau with ramparts leading in and a great grand bridge with a river system that interworks on its southern side. A very defensible position, the bay as well, and the warships that can cling to that harbor. Large walls that jut into that bay, they can be defended by the warships. And so these things are being depicted in that letter, because they're not only showcasing what is happening in the war, but they're also showcasing to you of what the plan would be if they fall back and how they could defend the city of Merlandar. Okay? Now, creatures. Maybe we're interested in that they're facing. They're facing Vodir. They're a goblinoid faction that consists of soldiers, warriors, but also of arcanas. They have magic. They utilize magic. They're also druidic in terms of natural things. They come from the jungles of Selendal, as well as Gandrenar. So there's two different jungles the Vodir come from. They're kind of a united faction of goblinoids. They hold a particular banner of red with a kind of this reddish, of red and a blackish symbol of that of kind of a fire thing that clings, and it's been morphed into a draconic, because that is what the symbol is of Damodar's forces. This draconic blackish symbol that twirls over itself, and it could be aligned with gold or red and black. Fire giants. Dozens of fire giants that crash and crush. With blackened metal armor, weapons. They actually hold dark steel weapons and armor. They also have magical enchantments and equipment. So do the Vodir. Those are given to them not only by these mages and plague doctor-like masks, but also of others, a variety of different schools, forming themselves as something new, which Lord Thalfalor does not know what to call them. But they wield magic that would rival that of the Empyrean College, talking spellcasting upwards of 7th to 8th level.
It's not good.
So, Lord Thalfalor, with their regiment, their banner, paladins, Temerian soldiers, the Kundo, they themselves have magic. They have Beskar weapons, armor on. They are elite. That's what really fights against them, along with the Temerian warships. Throwing out those rail cannons, which is what the name is. It's something you all figured out. And they fire those from miles off. There's one problem, Lord Thalfalor states, is that the ships are attacked constantly by a green dragon. Not for glyphs and runes upon the ships, as well as their own mages of the Temerian Republic. Those ships would be crumbled in seconds. But they hold fast. They try to defend themselves. Lord Thalfalor states that every attempt to do harm to that green dragon is met with purple and pink cackling lightning. It seems that they can't land a blow at all. Same can go for Erithun. So it's a constant battle of attrition to see who can live the longest. This letter came after. We've been delegating to see if you should meet anyways, because of the other news of Clan Gilgal. This is information that was passed by the Commander Remar Luna, and it was passed by Commander Remar Luna because it does involve all of you. It involves your town. Clan Gilgal marches with siege weapons. One of these siege weapons, Watch Commander Thalden Longbeard has stated, is that they could be a very traditional cannon that fires 60-pound cannonballs. So 60-pound cannon. It uses a mineral deep within the depths of Clan Gilgal City, known as Ravsha, called Flangir. It was researched aided by Ruglark, which is a dwarven magi guild. There's history there with Othema and the Ruglark. Now, Thalden doesn't know anything about if this cannon is with this army that marches. They don't even really know where the army is. No one really knows, particularly. But they have ideas and suspicions because Fort Flatminer has been cut off. Soldiers that have ran down from the pass have stated that it has been occupied by Clan Gilgal soldiers. Not that the army is in Fort Flatminer, that the fort has been occupied. And the Commander Remar Luna depicts that as a sign, being a war veteran, that they are going to get ready to start moving their siege through the pass and build their fortifications on this side of the pass, the western side, the Gorn Valley. Now, the Gorn Pass is a tight, ravinous pass. It's only big enough in certain parts for one large siege weapon to actually move through it at a time. And so this event could take weeks, not months. The idea that messengers, traders, and travelers have not made it through. Not that they've been captured or killed, but they've just been declined from the Fort Flatminer. Some have gotten through. They've been allowed. But they have not returned, and they haven't been questioned. Some go straight through the mountains. They ignore the pass. Because you could. You just strike through the mountains. It takes a long time. Can't exactly bring your wagon or horses, but you can do it. They're able to get to the other side. And so what Commander Remar Luna has stated is that they are sending scouts. They're sending as much as they can in the way of patrols into the mountains to actually get an idea of where the Clan Gilgal army is. If they are just on the other side of the pass, or if they're back at the City of Stone, Valuta, which is where the last report was. Or maybe they're on the road between. Again, just unknown. But the one thing that is known is that Clan Gilgal is accompanied by a silver dragon. And that silver dragon has been reported as smaller than the rest. In fact, in terms of size, it would only be a young to adult dragon. But it's extremely fast, and it's relentless. And it flies over the City of Stone all the time, trolling the air. Being a silver dragon, it cloaks itself in clouds and frost and ice, sometimes not observable, until it makes a straight aerial descent down onto any targets. That information comes with the culmination of your spy master, comes with the Watch Commander's opinion, comes from the Commander Remar Luna, and it comes from Renglar Uku. So this is all stuff passed through in the chain of command, because right now things are so dissolved with the Talthars that they're too busy in Falor Keep yelling about who's going to take over and preside. Right now it's the steward. But there's so many voices and opinions. Potential of war on the doorstep of the holy city. Renglar Uku is one of the ones that you would look at as leadership. Some of the House Lords are. Okay? So it's a lot of information. But you asked for it. You wanted 90 days to pass in a campaign that's this crazy? You're going to get it. Okay? So this is stuff I couldn't really put into a handout because it's really complicated and there's a lot to it. So your actions matter. What you do matters. And this information is given to you because of how it might change your decision in your process and how you want to go about things. So you're all here. Around the table. Alvin Tubberot has sent the letter down, passing out the copies of them. You have just now read it. Fold the letter down. Adding information with Clan Google. You all stop and you stare, you look.
First things first, we should probably try to nail down how many days we have until that army marches through the pass, because that's whenever it would be on our footsteps, on our doorstep.
Or we collapse the pass.
Is that before or after we go through the pass?
Well, we can
Caring
take a
about-
boat.
Well, if there's a silver dragon flying in the air, wouldn't it simply destroy our boat?
Possibly, but we face a dragon no matter where we go. At least, even if they find a way to circumvent the collapsed pass, that should stop the bulk of the siege weaponry and things from getting through anytime soon. Which would be what they needed to form a successful assault on either Fort Farron or Fatehaven. Or even Uthema. If we dispatched some of the newly formed mining guild, along with some soldiers from Fort Farron and their scouting party, perhaps they could find a way to detonate, cause a landslide, at least block it up for a month.
And while they're doing that, Alma, do you think that you could find this army? Potentially the siege weapons?
You see as they look, fondling a gold coin, the knuckles of their hand, they grab it. I suppose we could, yeah. But our pursuits have been after the king and prince. Do you wish to allocate your resources to this?
I believe they are better suited here. We can find the king and the prince again after we deal with the imminent threat.
As you wish, do know that my professional opinion, if the trail has been lost of the king and the prince, as they have intended to do for some reason, we might not be able to find it again. That is what you want, that is fine.
Well, before we make a decision, we do have to have the conversation that if this king and prince are found, they could rally the populace behind them and bolster our defenses here. I mean, if we give up on finding them, give up on the Talthar as a whole almost, because with Lord Faunstor being at the war front, and then the squabbling in Uthema, we're it. We are the defense.
You're exactly right. I wouldn't count on the Talthos or anything. Anyone worth defending something is currently busy dying in the south. Or fighting
would-
for scraps of power and whatever's left of Baelda.
Preparing for an attack is obviously something we need to do, but until we have the means of dispatching the dragon, there's nothing we can do.
Well,
If that dragon comes, the most we can do is repel it.
to have the means to dispatch the dragon, we would have to go to Eastmont.
I believe that was the plan. I would just like to know that we were slowing their efforts into the valley as we do so.
So we approach from the sea, we block the pass, and we have the spies find the army and the siege weapons, so that way we know exact timetables.
We could perhaps even launch a strike to disable some of them before they make it through clearing the pass.
Where's Bruga? Is she at her shop?
Assume so.
I'm gonna look to the rest of the people in the chamber. Would you mind if Bruga joined us? I have a job for her.
See the
You sure
hands.
she's not just invisible, sitting here?
See the hands going up and looking around.
I'm gonna look to Tegan and ask him if he can send a message to Bruga and ask her to join us in Chamber of Fates.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and send a sending and say, Bruga, sorry to interrupt your day. Your presence is required in the Chamber of Fates.
See as the runes around the table begin to glow. Large teleportations. What is it? Bruga was called. Very important meeting, sure.
Yes, Bruga. I was wondering if you could work with our spy master and make sure that any information that they find out about the army's progress moving over here would be sent to one of us via sending so that we would know right away.
OOC, I would know that me and the Rangers can kind of use telepathy, right? Through the crown.
Yep.
I
Uh,
wouldn't know that.
Yeah, no. I'd look at Varys. Anything that the Rangers find out, I should know about in almost real time. There's no need to involve Bruga. I'm sure her experiments are better in the city than.
All right. Sorry for dragging you down here for nothing, Bruga.
It's fine, Bruga. Not wanting to go to meeting anyways.
You are welcome to stay. I'm sure this would concern you as you now reside here.
Honestly, I don't
will
know what
stand up and offer her my seat, actually.
As Bruga walks over, pats you on the back a little bit, near the ass region. Sits down at the chair, shakes a little bit. Bruga's at table now.
No.
Looks at the letter, kind of fondles it. Bruga got same thing. What is it you wish to do? Bruga wants to know.
We are considering collapsing the mountain pass into the Gorham Valley to slow the approach of the Dwarven army while we take a boat to assess the area ourselves.
Destroying the landscape is not unlike much of the dragons used to do long ago. It may slow down the dwarfs for some time, but Bruga knows they will come through. They are dwarfs. They are keen to the mountains.
Yes, I'm certain. I'm less concerned with the dwarves making it through and their new siege equipment making it. Please slow them down. Help protect some of the cities while we're gone.
It could work. Bruga's no strategist in war. Bruga doesn't know. Well, Bruga can help.
Any help that you'd be willing to offer, we will take.
Bruga can help make some potent explosives. But of the traders, of the travelers, you'll cut all of Ismar off. There is many people there. Ismar is home to many. Farmer, trader, hunter. You cut them all off.
I suspect if the dwarves get the pass, that will be cut off anyway.
We're also hoping this is temporary while we go deal with the dragon.
And if they never make it through, I mean, our efforts, once the threat is taken care of, would be to clear the pass to,
Build
fix
a proper
everything.
road.
Right now, we can't really afford to have ourselves attacked at our home front if we're not here. But also, the only way to make that silver dragon vulnerable to attack is to go over there and gather the remnants of the stones.
Bruga has suggestion. You wish to hear Bruga?
Of course.
Yes.
Bruga thinks if you destroy the pass, you might save and spare those here if they do attack. If. But if you destroy pass, Bruga knows you will condemn all of those in Ismar. That is true, and that will happen. If you wish to know the whereabouts of Clan Gilgo, Bruga is good at scrying. Bruga can figure it out.
Certainly worth
Fair.
a try. Yeah, if we know for certain they're not moving directly into the valley, then we could at least delay that plan of action until necessary.
Bruga will
How
need to know
quickly-
who to...
I'm sorry, Burga.
It's okay,
just
you
said-
go right ahead. You were talking.
If we do leave the keep and pursue the stones, how quickly would we be able to get back to Fate Haven in time to defend an attack?
Instant. I can teleport us.
Bruga's like looking left and right with an eyebrow raised. You didn't think I taught Vava here? Not to
We
teleport?
have been very hard
Oh.
at work.
I'm quite certain you taught him something. I just don't know if any of it was magic.
Woo! Bruga taught... Bruga taught Vera's many things.
She was a good teacher. She really got serious and taught me a lot.
The young wizard can teleport you back to the tower. The keep also has circle. We made sure it was protected. You can teleport to this one too. My concern is of the dragon. Is of the dragons. Damodar has showed with the siege of Beelder that they do not care for loss of life. Damodar was in this great war. They were using dragons reluctantly. Siege of Beelder stands otherwise. Bruga has spent time reaching to the mages of reckoning, and I have formed relationship. Bruga's not willing to share right now. But Bruga believes that they are moved by prophecy. And they have told Bruga that you all are moving against prophecy. Bruga does not know what this means. Bruga has spent time. It's difficult. But Bruga will tell you when Bruga knows more. For now, Bruga has made sure the mages will not hunt you. We have come to an arrangement. But Bruga fears Damodar is using dragons. A mortal dragon. You destroy the pass. Then Gilgal is aligned with Damodar. Won't take much to make the pass become clear. The likes of Erithun. Or even Horan. These dragons, they blot out the sun. Their size. This Bruga knows is not good. Horan was great protector. To know that they laid siege to Beelder, killing loss of innocent life. Bruga would not be surprised if Horan wished to end their own life for what they have done.
I do have a burning question of why now. He's had command of these dragons for years. Why was now the moment he chose to strike?
Bruga has suspicions. Bruga believes it is because of the Lord Down Valor. Something has changed.
I also had an odd suspicion that maybe because we spent so much time away, that he might be trying to force our hand into the open. Because he had laid traps every long way, but if we stay in a place that we built up and protect, he can't make moves against us. This way we have to do something.
Bruga does raise a good point with Thalon Falor at the warfront. This political chaos that Talthars are experiencing might have been the play, more so than the sacking of the city. Had the Lord still been in his keep, the transfer of power may have been much more straightforward and organized. Still, to what end? If you could just topple the capital city, why all the political intrigue?
He wasn't ready to play the villain. But now he is. Or maybe. Without the Lord there, it deliberately leaves them with no head of state. He's not leaving the wolf because there would
Yes.
be nothing left.
Yes, I suspect that's part of it. But again, if you could just topple the city, you could just topple that city and then go topple Athema and achieve the same thing. You could have done that years ago.
Yeah. I wonder. I don't know. What's his end game? Does he want to rule? Because if he does that, he would be ruling over a country of ash. But he did destroy the biggest city in the country, so I don't know.
There's talk of prophecy and him telling us it's not our time to die. He could be working off some predestined timeline that he was made aware of. He
Well,
could
I'm
be.
guessing that Thalon Falor marching is a portent of time to take action.
What's also interesting is that although he says that it's not our time to die, he does throw obstacles in our path. Like, he never just left us be. He always attempted to kill us, just not himself.
Perhaps just to slow us down.
Or to make us stronger.
I agree with this one. Challenge. As the Captain Morgan walks forward. Don't wish to pry, just listening. But waking up naked on a beach with no memory. You start to realize that there are some things in this world that you wish to pay attention to. It was done to me that the Damodar is wanting to test you all, challenge your mettle. It is not uncommon with the Golden Hand that we do something similar. It's a test of strength and character. But to what end Damodar wishes to test you? Perhaps it is to ally with you when the time is right. So you will see the power and might that they have. Or perhaps bring out the evil in those without a leader. See how it gobbles itself up from the inside. After all, Golden Hand are sovereign. We hold no governance, and we have seen those come and they fall. Sees the parrots on the shoulder. Come and fall! Come and fall!
It would seem, however, that we are two prophecies at opposite ends, given what we've been told by Magello, the Frost Giants, and the Chosen Ones before us.
Sees the Spy Master speaks. But your move should and will always be against that which is the deceiver. If Damodar has not came out to you all and told you of what it is and why it is that you're necessary for some greater ploy of prophecy, then they are the deceiver. Moving against them would be of your wisest pursuit.
I do agree with the Spy Master's earliest sentiment. If this was some weird play, even though, as Maldor said, why not just topple what can be toppled? But restoring the monarchy would bring order back to a lawless situation. However insignificant one person may seem, an established hierarchy would unite the forces again.
Also, not all is lost. Othema is still there.
But
Yes.
it currently has no
Yes.
ruler.
But there is no ruler in it. The house lords and ladies debacle endlessly within Valorki. Within now the chamber of the divine throne. They are in an endless cycle to elect whatever is supremacy. And without the Justicars and of the High Morning Lord, there is no one to uphold that divine throne. After all, the Justicars were slain and their stronghold destroyed in the siege of Baelor. Prior to the Talthars, they served the Sular kingdom as inquisitors, and they uphold the divine throne then. You see, Sir Thurn Talthar, the first ruler of the Talthars, would have never been as powerful as they were without the Justicar. They were the most trained and holiest of paladins, devoted to their cause of conquest or vengeance.
The problem with trying to restore the monarchy, just be propping someone else up to get knocked over again. If he's decided that no one is to sit in the throne, then no one will sit in the throne until we remove the person who just melted the throne.
It's true.
But I think to the Spymaster's point, we have two voids of power currently on the continent. One, the Monarch, two, Othema. So if we find the King and the Prince, that fills one void. We could also throw our weight behind the ally that we know that we have in Othema of the General as the heroes of Fort Farron,
I
and
think
try to fill both voids and bring some order.
think finding the monarch, they would use Othema as the new head of state.
Yeah, with the destruction of the capital, that would become the closest seat of power, I would imagine.
The question is do we put effort into finding them, or do we worry about our own skin?
I do want to remind the council that no one but here in this room knows that the king and the prince are alive.
Do we even know that for certain?
I can assure you, Lord Maldor, that our services are accurate.
Do you believe they escaped, or they have been taken?
Betrayal is haste. Either could be possible.
If they have simply escaped, then it's likely they will turn up in Othema on their own, presuming they aren't caught.
Would you turn up if you were being hunted by dragons?
I'd
They
go
could
to
just be
the-
laying low until it's done.
Possibly, but I'd still go do it in the strongest place I had that was defensible.
And the trail does not head north, my lord. It heads south.
That makes me think that they were taken.
See as the watch commander, Guardian's Fate, comes over, standing tall. May I voice my opinion to the council, please?
Speak.
As representative of dwarven kind, there is a reason why Damodar had laid to our cities and slaughtered our kind. It was not after any sort of vengeance. It is a ploy, a plan, and our kind was caught in the wake of it. The Siege of Beelder is just another wake in some plan that Damodar has. As far as Clan Gilgal, I know there are brethren that are still loyal to the king, Gilvor Gilgal, and they seek to end the tirade of the king. It is not like our kind to come down from the mountains to wage war against human or others. It is why the Democratic Union, Stone Council, has held the city of Stone for hundreds of years. It was only to set our own conquests against each other, not to the raids of that of the lowland or of the plateau. I come to you to not leave the people of Ismar tucked and hidden away in a barren wasteland of Ismar. You must understand that the region is prone to many monsters, and without a dwarven clan to protect those people, they will be hunted and killed, their things stolen. Orcs prowl the foothills, and they run down into the towns. There's Twinfork, Takthar, Clan Gilgal. If they are preparing for war, they will not be sending soldiers or patrols to defend the people of Ismar. By destroying the Gorn Pass, you will cut them off. They will have no way of coming through. Our guard is strong, but we are not an army here. Fate Haven's comprised of 180 souls and spirits. Our guard accompanies 15 to 20% of that. It's what you arranged, my lord. It's towards you, Meldur. Armor and weapons from Glenmark still arrive. Months out, though. Can't arrive and count on them for any sort of aid. Perhaps it is best to reclaim Fort Flatminer and open the pass back up. After, towards the goblin. That one, Ruka. Yes. You figure out where the armies are. If it's plausible plan. That is all, my lord.
Thank you. In your estimation, I did not dismiss you. In your estimation, is there a way that we could support those still loyal within Clan Gilgal? Somehow start an upstart revolution, a coup?
It is possible, my lord. There are those that were banished, outcasted, that had believed it to be so. Even though Clan Gilgal's army is comprised of over 4,000 strong dwarves, we believe that at least a quarter of them would be willing to sway, if not for the hierarchy structure. Dwarven soldiers, the way the Iron Rock and the different regiments are aligned, they are generally born and go through in their family's name to be soldiers. It is like a domino, my lord. You push one, the other ones will fall. They are brothers, sisters, kinfolk in the same regiments. If you persuade one, you will persuade them all.
I have a question, since I'm not a military man. Your plan that you were offering up was for us to secure the pass before they get to the pass, correct?
Yes, my lord, may I speak to that?
Of course.
Of course.
In any army, any banner, any representation of a force, they would see you coming. And they would bolster. There is most likely what is known as Dugan. There are riders of war rams. They cling to the mountains. Your horses, your mounts, are not suited for the mountains like the dwarves are. They will spot you coming into the pass, and they will ride forth to the fort, bolster the defenses, and then pass message down to whatever regiment lays outside on the Ismar. If you are moved as a force, independent, not representative of anyone, they might think you as a trader or traveler, adventurer, which is not uncommon, still passing into Fort Flatminer at current. They are merely being turned about, or sent through for some reason. Trolls sent by the Commander Imar Luna into the Fort Flatminer have not survived. Means that they will kill you on sight if you represent something. You don't. You could take the fort as insurgents. Fort Flatminer is not large. It is built into the mountainsides of the north and south, but they have towers and they have walls. It is a small courtyard, that fort, and it is a choke point within the pass. Either you scale the mountains or you go through. One wagon. That's what it's wide enough for.
That's
St.
interesting.
Breed's-
We could do that. That is something we are versed in doing.
I know you spoke of taking to the sea, my lords. But I have read the report from Lord Downfallor. The dragons are keen to attack ships. The way they move on the Temerian warships. If the city of Stone is being defended by a dragon, may come and face to that dragon at sea. And then, when your ship is sunk, you will have nothing.
Assessment. So if we were to take this fort, we could use it as a base of operations to perhaps spread insurgency throughout the ranks. a haven of loyalist Gilgal dwarves. Perhaps even install some of our own spies.
Is the dragon not traveling with the army?
The reports of the army are none. We do not know if the dragon moves with it or not. It is only assumed that it does.
Well, I think that gives us a clearer picture. First things first is Bruga should find the army.
Bruga will do so. Bruga will have answers
If she can.
tomorrow. Bruga has some ex-lovers they can scry up. Some doors. Should be fine.
Do you have a little black book, Bruga? No.
Turns around, looks at you. No,
A little.
they were Ruglark. Ruglark Dwarven Mage Guild. Disbanded, but also some made way to Falcon. May still be alive. Dwarves live a long time. Who knows? If Ruglark are with Clan Gilgal, they will be with army.
I can
Amazing.
also, I don't know if this would help us in our immediate situation, but I can send correspondence to Glenmark requesting soldiers and ships, letting them know of what has happened on this continent.
My lord, can I continue to speak freely?
Of course.
My lords, if you are able to get aid from Glenmark with their warships and with their soldiers, we could use Fatehaven as a bulwark of defense. The marsh of Veiling at our backside. The dwarves are not suited for battle in there. If we were to make siege, we can merely escape across the bridge into the marshes with the innocents and defend the town with Glenmark soldiers.
Sound strategy.
We will leave Fort
See what I
Farron.
can do.
They will be at a loss. But we will evacuate them, if it comes to it. It is a sound strategy, my lord. Glenmark is a good resource.
Let's see how hopefully my statecraft is improved.
If we go with that plan, we should coordinate with Fort Farron and Mandarima. They could serve as a early warning system as they fall back to Fatehaven.
I agree, my lord. I will do what's necessary to arrange such matters.
The only thing is, if the dwarves come through Fort Farron, judging by Damodar's forces of a scorched earth policy, all the progress they've made in these past months will be destroyed.
Yes. Yes, we do not seek to protect Fort Farron. They would simply fall back to here, and we make our stand here.
I guess the necessary consequences for victory.
That's assuming that we fail in taking the fort altogether. While planning for contingencies, the goal is to not lose anybody.
So,
Especially if we mean to be elsewhere, then we need to be certain that there's a plan for what to do in our absence.
Yes. If we
everything
are to fail.
everything revolves around where the army is, depending on the proximity to the town. We need to plan a timeline of when we can get to the stones, get back. I think regardless, if we do have the time, we need to acquire the stones, because there's no point in making any sort of move on the army or the city of Stone and anywhere in that capacity without an ability to dispatch the dragon.
The thing is, if we don't push up to the pass, that there's no way to get into the city of Stone.
I'm saying that if we invade the fort, and even if we do succeed in taking it, the dragon comes, the best we can do is repel it at this point. If we do not have the stone together and complete before Yes, if the dragon's not there, I have no doubts that we have a chance to take it. But if the dragon is with the army, defending the fort as they move the forces further, there's no chance we can even hope of continuing to occupy.
That's
Well, I think that's the point, is that the dragon most likely isn't there because the fort is so tight that they're likely not moving siege weapons through it without us already knowing.
we don't
The
know where the
mountains are
army
very
is.
large. This dragon
That's-
could be anywhere.
That is true, my lord. The dragon can be anywhere. It is of paramount importance to figure out its position, and that could change our plans. But you wish to fight the dragon at a suitable location. You wish to fight the dragon here, well then innocent life will be lost. In the same way you don't wish to fight the dragon on the boat. Because then if your boat is lost, you have nothing. If you fought it in the past, the dragon will be outmaneuvered. You would capture the damn thing.
We had
Could
hoped to
bring it
possibly turn this one rather than have to kill it. Having a few of them on our side for a change would be nice.
If Baruka can find out where the army is, I can find out where the dragon is.
Burgo will get to work. Burgo will have answer in morning. Shall we meet council tomorrow?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
That'll
Thank
give
you
me
very much.
time to go and
You are most welcome.
see if I can
Burgo teleports away.
muster Glenmark's reinforcements.
While
Now
you do that, I will focus on the stone.
my thing is, do I go over there and ask in person? Or do I send a message via sending?
You send a message via somebody else. How often do rulers travel to other kingdoms to ask for aid versus just sending an emissary?
Well, it's true.
Yes. Master Alice Wyland speaks, who's been subtle, hasn't said anything. It would be wise to go in person. You have rapport with them, and this is a matter of war. You're also doing so not on the behalf of the Talthars. You do know that if you go through with this route, that you are pledging that Fatehaven is sovereign.
As opposed to what? Under the rule of a kingdom with no ruler.
How? Erwin?
Yes.
What?
Sorry.
Hustle, Erwin. Bluegrass Company will be with you all the way, with whatever this council decides. I just want you all to know that it moves against the Talthars. Obviously, you can build that relationship back up, but not like they're giving us any help anyways. It's just something to think about. Bluegrass Company's with you. We've always been independent. Had some law and ordinance from Alathan, but not very much from the Talthars.
This alliance with the Talthars is merely temporary, just so we can get back up on our feet.
Yes, Lord Erwin and Council.
Also, another thing that I would like to say, and I do appreciate you saying something. Problem with that is I ideally wouldn't want to move against them. I would want to be united, but they haven't shown any plans on doing anything.
They don't
I-
have
Plans
the
to
resources.
March south and die. That's their plan.
They don't have a solution. And if you have a solution, you're the bird that gets the worm. You all have a
Exactly.
plan.
I'd
And
rather
Bluegrass
ask
Company
for-
wouldn't have much anyways if it wasn't for all of you.
I'd rather ask them for forgiveness later than for permission now.
If they manage to survive this whole ordeal, they're going to be sorely in need of allies. That puts us on an equal footing anyway, to help rather than be ceremoniously
Also,
held under the thumb.
But before we do this, Erwin, are you sure you're okay with everything we're planning?
Yes, absolutely.
Alright. Would one of you want to accompany me to Glenmark so that I'm not on my own?
I think it'd be best if I went.
Alright.
You see as you say that, Tegan, Alvin takes a step forward. And perhaps you need your council emissary at your side? I can be great help to you.
Thanos is giving him great side eye right now, just throwing it out there.
I'm gonna look at Tegan. Do you trust him to come with us?
Tegan's new best friend, mate. You replaced Thanos.
Listen, okay. Tegan like gets up. He's like, Al, 5. Let's take 5 over here. I was like, listen, Al,
Yeah.
this is a thing. It's a lot of people's lives at stake.
Right,
No,
I
I'm not
know.
saying- I'm not saying you can't go, but this is like it.
But you need your scribe.
I know.
I'm sworn to secrecy, which means I'm right for the job.
On penalty of death.
How will
All I
how is this supposed to be transcribed? This needs to be record kept, right?
No,
yes,
ab-
Al, all I ask is that you just scry. You don't speak.
Of course. Alvin Tumblrot will be silent. I will not say a word.
Alright, Alvin.
Right.
May join us.
Yeah.
Alright.
up in the world,
Well,
Al.
He's
Let's,
never been overseas before.
Tegan, we shall meet at my wizard's tower when we are done here. Are there
Sees
any other
Alice.
business?
Speaks again. I will say apologies.
Of course.
The Bluegrass Company is outfitted now with over we have 12 galleon class ships, we have 8 brigantines, and 24 sloops, class standing of ships. In your conversation in matters of statecraft, you can mention that the Bluegrass Company has a surplus of ships, and some of the galleons and the brigantines can go overseas. We could aim for transport if
All
you
right.
need help moving.
Of
more
course.
stuff.
Thank you for letting me know.
And so we're on the same page. Elmar, I believe the plan is for you to continue to find the king and prince with a plan of approach.
Certainly. It will
That's our
be as
Yes.
it has always been done.
Alright, before we dismiss this council, does anyone else have anything they would like to bring up?
Taco Tuesdays.
That does sound delicious.
Sees Alvin pipes up. Oh yeah, that sounds lovely. I like Taco Tuesdays. That's a great idea. You should do it.
So Tegan's gonna stand up and he's gonna like put his hands on the table with like his fingers spread and like emphasize every word that comes out of his mouth by tapping his hands on the table. He's like, I've noticed there's a complete lack of rocking chairs. I specifically said if we were to do this, I need a rocking chair at every major facility.
We'll get
Now
you
they'll
a
just
I
reach
thought that was
down.
just for the ones, but
He just reaches down and breaks a leg off of Tegan's chair so that it wobbles. There you go.
All right. Well, I think with that being said, the Council of Fate is dismissed. Should anything come up, we will meet again tomorrow. Bring it up then.
They bow the
Tegan?
heads in respect. Standing up. You gonna walk out?
Tegan, Alvin, you may follow me to my tower.
No need to move your toe.
Dismissed, Watch Commander.
hey Maldor, I have some some things.
All right,
for you.
so sorry, what'd you say? Sorry, I broke up.
I
That's
said
why
I had
lining
some
up.
things for Maldor. Some items.
Okay, you should be able to see in the bottom right is that trade window, item piles. You can also spectate it.
Oh, Varus is gonna roll for the enchantments on those, right?
Oh yeah.
Just the
As
weapon,
long
yeah.
as he doesn't. Well, 2 weapons because I also got a +3.
And
weapon.
your weapon, yeah.
Yeah. So part of the handout. Let's bring us back onto here. Just gonna get off of that. So there is roles that need to be done because of the stuff you all wanted to do. I believe you either need to have the enchantments performed by Verisberg. You chose Varus because it's cheaper. It'd be free.
Mhm.
But you'll need to roll. So I think you wanted
I think it was just the 2 +3s
2
because they were
plus
very
threes.
rare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think his passive might actually be high enough because I noticed that he was rolling earlier and like unless he rolls a 1, he can make them.
That's correct. He has to roll though because he has a chance
Okay.
of getting a 1. His passive is not high enough for it. That's why I stated that. His passive's not high enough. He still has to roll, but his modifier actively is so high that he should be
Okay.
able to get it unless he
Just
gets
has
a
to not
1.
be a one.
He just can't
Unless
be
we
a
get
1.
really unlucky.
5% chance here, Peyton.
Hey, Varus.
Your 2 rolls.
Hey, Varus,
What?
don't roll a 1.
Cool. So yeah, I'll roll for them now.
Go ahead.
That's pretty good.
Easy.
God damn.
Is that just
thought my
one,
rolls
then
were
I
high.
roll again for the other one?
Yeah, just one more. Yeah. The items are already in people's inventory, so
Yeah.
they're already been created. I just want to get the 2 rules just to be, cross the T's, dot the I's. All right, so both those are good. You should be able to trade them off.
Yeah, I was a
Um,
little nervous.
A little nervous. Again, you don't have to keep track of your ranks now, most of you, because you're all masters. So that's not really going to be a thing.
I need to get rid of the mats for those. I'm just going to delete those. Okay. Yep, I can remove mats.
All right. So now we're kind of coming into a moment because we have people wanting to get some stuff done and do some things, which is what I imagined today was going to be because there's so many things that have happened. There's so much stuff that you kind of have to take that moment of like digesting things and then working through. So, some of the stuff that happened at the table literally would happen over like a course of weeks when the news would come and week of times. It's like kind of all thrown at you. So I want to make sure I got my ducks into a row. We have Varus, Tegan, and Alvin deciding to teleport to Glenmark. They're going to be seeking aid in terms of soldiers, actual soldiers and warships. And then the Bluegrass Company, Alice, has already said, hey, we have a surplus of ships. We can use them as transporting soldiers. And so you can take use of our ships. And we hadn't really settled on the planet because we're waiting on Brugga the next day. So Brugga is going to kind of go through some of the connections with Ruglark because they need to have a point of reference for the scry. Knowing that Ruglark are most likely a part of Clan Gilgal's army would mean that they could scry on a number of members that they might affiliate or track them down through family lines because of the way Clan Gilgal and Dwarven armies work. The way the Watch Commander had phrased is exactly that. It's like a Roman army, basically, because each group is like families and they keep them together and stuff like that. So that's why the Watch Commander said it's possible you could try to get them to sway. There's persuasion is entirely possible here because dwarfs do not actually wage war against humankind. There's only been one war, other species. There's been one war in history, and that was not even the entire Clan Radal. That was part of Clan Radal that occupied Beholder for a brief moment in the fall of Sular Kingdom. So that is not really can be really implicated or involved with what the Watch Creator was saying. And so it is odd. Like the whole thing is odd. And that's why all of the That's why you have a guard right now that comprises of Clan Gilgal soldiers that decided not to fight. So yeah, the Watch Squad is going to advocate to save their friends. They're going to advocate to save their brethren if they can, right?
Yeah.
And they also don't want to. They also don't want Ismar to fall into ruin because the Gorn Pass is such a lifeblood for people of Ismar to have some escape. And if they're being preyed on by monsters or other sorts of species that exist there that have authority, they will not have an escape. There's nowhere they can go. Because we're talking farmers with pitchforks and shovels. That's literally them on their homesteads. That's what Ismar is mainly comprised of. So that adds to it in that sort of dilemma. Okay, so we're going to wait for Brugge. Tomorrow, we're going to have another council meeting tomorrow. Brugge's going to give some information off of the whereabouts. That's going to dictate our decision here. I also want to make a note before we're going to go to break. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. Just know that, things are overwhelming. If you have any questions of any kind on any of the lore, anything about the town, you just ask out of character. Okay, because that's what today is for too, is really to ask questions about the place and stuff. So hopefully everyone's having a good time. It's really Games of Thronesy right now, I feel like, all around the table. Yeah, that was very interesting. And so hopefully you enjoy the NPCs. These are all new NPCs. They're fully created for you. They're not NPCs I've plucked from the Nether. They're actually just freshly created. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at about 1:35 p.m. PST so we can get back to it. Hopefully push a little bit longer because we started later. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy as we get back. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Before
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us here. So we are back on to our landing page. Ping, this cool looking landing page. Stream be all organized on it. Oh yeah. Boom. Boom. Okay. So as we come back, we are now going to we'll start with Varys. We'll start with Tegan and with Alvin. We're heading to House Willow. I'm going to go ahead and activate this for the lot of you here. Get our actors. How to get Alvin, because you wanted Alvin to come along with you.
Well, Alvin wanted to go.
He's there
Yeah,
too.
Alvin wanted to come along.
So great. So, as you aim either through the teleportation circle of the keep, you can do that one, or you can do it in your tower. Just trying to find an area, right? Perhaps when you can kind of throw this out. You then activate teleporting yourself as well as Tegan and Alvin to the very familiar teleportation circle we had discussed prior. You then begin to make way into the direction of your throne chamber, which I gave a little bit of description prior to on a couple weeks back. I won't go through that just for the sake of time. And you immediately run in to your father, who is at this hour, can advance the time clock just a little bit, is the matter of statecraft. Most of the morning is taken to that endeavor. And then there's leisurely activities can be taken after a lunch that they can kind of go through. And so you can see them just discussing and kind of moving through the steps of the statecraft with numerous amounts of others that are currently in that chamber. And they're just handing certain scrolls and letters off and making sure things are dotted and teed right for them to be sent out. And he sees your father spins the robe back around with the cape kind of backdrop and begins to walk over to all three of you. Lowers a head. Lava, you have returned. Welcome back, son. How can I help you?
Fortunately, it is very heavy and of a grave matter of importance. Have you had any news of what's been going on in Artheria?
Well, has been word spread to us through emissaries and envoys, not of the Talthar doing, but of the Temerians. The Republic has sent notice that the Talthars are in ruin. Siege of Beelder is what they call it, was one of the ages. Dragons storming the capital, laying waste, accompanied by armies of monstrous creatures.
Yeah, yes, sir. We hoping to get an audience with House Hawken to request warships and soldiers be sent to Fatehaven to be used as a safe haven for all the refugees from Beelder and as a way to maybe find a way to strike back against these monsters.
Thinking like a true statesman. How does that feel, Vavar?
I'm trying my best, trying to make you proud.
Well, when you came back 3 months ago, I assured myself that you had your reasons. And then, the numerous days passed when you were on your leisurely time at Fatehaven, you would come to me, speak to me in council, and I've helped guide you these 3 months in your own. Seems a relationship has been built quite heavily. I'm sure that Master Lord Steelunharken would be glad to meet with us. And from there, perhaps the king. That is what is needed.
Yes. Although they will need me and Tegan back tomorrow so that we can hold the council and make decisions on what to do next. But
Right. Well, let's get a meeting called for the Master Lord Steelunharken for this evening. Perhaps on dinner it's most appropriate. Allowed to console the soul with good hearty food in a troubling time as declaring war. If it does indeed come to that, you are more than welcome to accompany yourself, me through the day, just wrapping things up. They'll be heading to lunch. I'm sure your mother will join us.
Sounds good.
Right.
I'll go say hi to Mother, and then I will return to the throne.
Don't mean to interrupt, sir, but Tegan Raynaud, I've been traveling with your son for the better part of a year. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Ah, pleasure to meet you too. Tegan Raynaud. Why does that name sound so familiar?
I don't know. Not really from around these parts, but good to meet you. Your son's a great man. Grows in front of my eyes every day.
Well, I appreciate you protecting my dear Vava. Coming months of the Itur Fatum, and into the future. Can I count on you, Tegan Raynaud? Protect my son?
Of course.
You know they are the last of my descendants to House Lord, my position.
Yes, Varys and I have spoken on a few occasions of your lost son. But needless to say, your son is a worthy heir to your succession.
I am proud to hear that. Tell me, Tegan Raynaud, is Varvar as powerful as they come in the ways of the arcane? Is their weave great?
I don't know if he's as powerful as, the best out there, but I assure you, his trajectory and the speed as to which he absorbs information is astonishing. There's no doubt in my mind, as he grows as a man, his magical abilities will grow as well.
I hope so. Many in Glenmark have believed the prophecy as arose, and that Varvar may very well be the center of that prophecy. At the young age, 13, they expressed abilities that are natural. Powerful abilities of the mind, psionics. Did you know this, Tegan Raynaud?
Yeah, I mean, pretty quickly, early on there, he made pretty good use of that. Quite a neat trick he's got. What does this prophecy state, if you don't mind me asking?
That a child will come, born of a noble house, and with gifts similar to Varvar, and that they will arise to unite a great nation.
Well, tell you that although the nation hasn't been united, your son has touched many people for the better.
Oh, I'm sure. I am sure, Tegan Raynaud. And, as you now know, that Varvar's life is of the utmost importance to our people. He may not know it himself, but there are those that have come to rely. Troubling time indeed with this war. Dragons laying waste, crumbling a whole capital to ruin of ash, molten stone. Times like these that people turn to prophecy.
I suppose anything to find a sliver of hope. In times as dire as these are things we should hold on to. Keep us going every day.
Yeah. If you ever wish to know more about this prophecy, or perhaps who you're traveling with, I have spent some time since Varvar was the age of 13, working with the mages, Lavia. Uncover more secrets. This
Well-
is the home of House Harkin, which will be headed.
Well, as it is, our lives are seemingly intertwined in many prophecies, so learning more about one and how they come to be would be very beneficial to our cause. So I might take you up on that offer, sir.
Entirely up to you. Looks towards Alvin, who is diligently taking notes, carrying a large satchel, numerous writing utensils. They work off of a board, scribing every last word. Looks like you have quite the scribe along with you, Tegan Reynard.
Diligent worker, this one.
You know, good scribes are hard to find. Make sure to keep this one comfortable.
Oh, of course.
Alvin told not to speak. Shakes the head.
I just give him a thumbs up.
There's a conversation. Right now, we kind of have a moment passing. If you want to role play with your mom, you can. Varys, is that what you want to do?
Sure.
Okay. Because right now, you're kind of alone, right? You're going to go find your mother out while they're talking with your father in the actual throne chamber. And as they're kind of going through that conversation, you're kind of pulling yourself away. You're going to find your mom within her study. It's a private study. Your mother is gifted in the arcane as well, in terms of magic. So the study is very similar to that of a library mixed with other places of enchantment and whimsicalness of wizarding and other things. That allows them to do what it is that you do in a much smaller capacity. As they're looking through a spellbook, studying certain things, and then tracing with powdery dust of a mixture, creating a rune of some kind, a glyph perhaps, a large table, different accents and pieces within. They'll turn around and look towards you. You open the double wooden doors to the study, draped with draped with curtains of these elongated windows that create spacings between the shelves of the bookcases. A mixture of different variety of books here related to the arcane, learning different spells and such. Mom turns, runs at you, gives you a large, big hug. Oh, my Varvar! You've come home.
Mother, it's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Unfortunately, I say this a lot, but unfortunately, I won't be able to stay again.
Oh, I understand. The last 3 months, honestly thought when you came by, you were never going to come back again. Kept your promise.
No,
Came back
we'll
and
come
came
back and visit as much as I can.
No, I understand. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it, Varvar. Just your presence here has kindled my spirits.
Can I ask you something that may dampen the mood a bit?
Go
You
right
haven't-
ahead.
You haven't heard anything about Pagon at all.
No, I haven't heard anything, unfortunately. I have tried everything I can to define the presence of your brother. Not found anything. Why? Has their memory troubled you as of late?
I'm a little worried. I don't know. And I'm sure this is how he felt before he left, but being the heir to a house is a lot of pressure. And not one I dealt with very often when I was young. I was able to be a lot more carefree with my words and my actions.
I know, but things have changed. And just know that you're always welcome home. And the weight of responsibility isn't just yours to bear. The weight of responsibility is all of ours. I know your father may make you feel that it's just you. But it's because father's getting old. Eventually, he'll perish, and his soul will drift off to the astral sea, accompanied in an ever-present drift, pleasantry, hopefully with Celestian.
Yes, hopefully so. How's everything here? Is the house doing well?
House is doing fine. We've made diligent approach and note of variety. And thanks to your statecraft and arrangements, bolstered our reputation. House Willow may yet get under the thumb of House Harkin, and maybe have an equal share of you.
Well, just because, this is as much as your house as it is me and father's, I think I should let you know, the Talthars in Artheria have come to ruin. I am here to request aid that ships and soldiers be sent to Fatehaven as a way to secure the people there, but also maybe strike back against these monsters who have destroyed these people's lives. So,
It's a
hopefully that
worthy and
doesn't-
just cause, Varvar. It's a worthy and just cause.
hopefully that doesn't cause you and father too much strife.
I don't think it will. Building relations with Fatehaven, it's a new thing. Something that we at Glenmark are accustomed to. And even though we might remain our own city-state here on the edges of Balthus, we still provide aid to the Kingdom Deadmorn for their fight against Ebeth. So, your persuasions weren't unwarranted. They were actually appreciated, sending aid to something that is as equal as a threat to the world. And now, with Vealder crumbled to ash and ruin, Glenmark might be the only answer that they have.
Let's hope this goes well. But I just
You-
wanted to come and see you. I
I
need to
appreciate that.
return to father.
Of course, and do take care. I must tell you, remind you, in case you did not know. But Master Lord Stilun Harkin is also Archmage of Glevia. You should appease to them over the arcane and the weave, not the matter of statecraft. That's my advice, anyways. You've come very far in your magical studies and training of the arcane, chaos, wielding it, powering. You've far surpassed me or your father. And there's been talk. Now, I'm sure your father is probably telling your companion, or whoever you came with.
Talk of what?
Oh, nothing, Varvar. Talk that you'll do great things.
So, out of curiosity, does Varys have any insight to what she's talking about when she says that?
Go and roll insight. Just roll the day, except for the alchemy roll. 18. You grew up knowing that your powers were beyond that which someone should have at the age that you did. And that there might be some reference to a prophecy that was hinted at by your instructors, professors at Clevio, when you had your studies. But to you, in that moment, that would simply be common talk, not anything that would concern yourself. There, inside of 18, your mother seems to imply that great power might be.
That there might be something behind another prophecy.
Mhm.
Okay, well, hopefully, hopefully I can live up to what everyone thinks I am. 'Cause, I don't know. Can I be honest with you for a second?
You can always be honest with me, Barbara.
You've been a noble your whole life. Did you ever learn to cope with the pressures of having everybody's eyes on you, or is it just something you get used to over time?
I think it's something you get used to over time. I think your journey is just beginning, Varvar. My little cherub. And you need to find yourself, regardless of the ways of our people, and regardless of some prophecy.
I'd love for you to meet my companion. Father said we'd all have lunch together, so I will introduce you then. But please don't let me interrupt your work.
No, it's almost time for lunch anyways. Why don't we go and meet them at the dining hall?
Sounds good. And I'll kind of grab her arm and escort her to the dining hall.
All right. So, as you're all sitting down, we don't need to roleplay this particular. We can kind of fast track getting towards House Harkin and going through with all of that. So, sitting down, having a meal together. This is stereotypical, right? The dad's asking Tegan, telling embarrassing stories, right? This is all very stereotypical, we can imagine, in terms of the relationship with Varys, how they're kind of embarrassing them and stuff. And all the while that this is happening in this grand dining hall, many different accents and perennials and chandeliers and servants of abundance in this long banquet table, Alvin is diligently taking notes.
Yes, every
Yes.
story
Every intimate detail is being recorded.
will be
regardless.
posted as public knowledge in the
Public
library.
knowledge. In
I'm gonna turn
The
to Alvin.
fate.
Alvin, are you hungry?
Alvin is eating and writing notes at the same time. And you
Ah.
actually are able to figure out here, Varys, that there was a dual purpose. Alvin not only wanted to go and maybe explore something else, but also really does relish and enjoy food. And so they were chancing
Fucking
at the
humble rods,
opportunity
man.
to enjoy a noble meal. And that's what they're really after here. But they're working their job. They are hard workers, Tomoraz. So they're
So he's
continuing.
eating with one hand and
And
scribing
writing,
with
yeah,
the other.
scribing with the other at the same time. Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
He was hanging
So,
out with Luke Carter, and now he's got the munchies.
It's got the budgies. So all of this is happening, right? It's all kind of going down in that way. And it gives us a moment to just have some peace and quiet, just talk with family and to hang out. So with that said, I'm now going to allow opportunity for the other players because this is a little bit disjoint in terms of roleplay before we go to House Harkin. So does anybody want or have anything they wish to do on Fate Haven or of the town or anything? It's their opportunity now to speak up, or I'm just going to continue through with the narrative.
I think I would do the stone, but we can do that after.
Well, we can do
continue
the story.
pages.
We can do the story now if you want. That's fine. Or you want to do it
The
after?
stone. Yeah, we can do it after.
Okay, we'll do stones after. Anybody else?
The only thing I wanted to do was to make potions for the upcoming battles.
Okay.
But that's the only thing.
Okay, so you can totally make potions for the upcoming battles. I think most of the potions that you're probably going to be making are going to be, they're going to be probably passively done. I don't think there's anything actively,
Okay.
Based on rarities and with your rank. What I want you to do then is actually make a list of the potions that you wish to craft and wish to make, because you're probably going to be pulling from supplies from the backpack. And you can kind of send that to me, and I can do it after the session to kind of make sure that's all kind of calculated out. Or you can kind of do that yourself. You're talking about physical potions from the crafting table, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's up to you. I don't want to put you through all that work trying to move stuff around and stuff. I can totally do that. So you can send me a DM.
Yeah. I'll just DM you.
And I can get that handled. So you're right, Erwin. Getting caught with Alice just a little bit, right? Alice is not, it's definitely like your right hand in a way, right? So they are someone for you that would help coordinate all the efforts of the company. They run the company, and they allow you to function as an independent part of Ill-Fated without having to kind of overrule and that sort of thing. So kind of getting caught up with Alice, you finish some conversations of just company business, right? Signing off on some things. And then Alice is going to go right back to the Brackish Harbor and begin to negotiate stuff. In addition to that, Captain Morgan, right? That's both where they're headed, back to their ships in the actual harbor of the district. You, right, have opportunities. Brugus extended that you can always use your shop. So you can actually go to Brugus to do the alchemy. You can also go to Varys' tower, if Varys will allow you to do
I would
the
say Varys has like a setup in there for the other members of...
herbalists and things.
Yeah.
So you can totally do that, or you can go into the Gilded District and find the actual alchemists, because both of those are just areas you could make, or you can go to your own chambers, and up to you. So let your creative thought just flow.
Alrighty.
All right. Anything else? Short, sweet, to the point. Let me get my scenes here. Okay. So I've created some stuff because you were interacting with them, and so I've created some things. So real out of character. Glovia is an island. The isle serves as a beacon for the arcane, for those promises steady, give their gifts to the greater city-state. Okay, so Glovia is also the home of House Harkin. House Harkin basically oversees all of the isles in Sildorn Bay. So there's many different isles and many different houses sit on those isles. House Harkin is like the master lord of that. Okay? They sit on the throne of council for the king. And the king in Glenmark is very much like a prime minister in terms of position. So there's equal powers between this individual and the king. They both have equal power. And there's also a couple others that do have also equal power to the king as well, in terms of land, army, and other sorts of wizarding. And that's really the pursuit. Glenmark is an arcanist type of city-state and that kind of fits in the bill, especially the supplement and the way you wrote it out. Peyton. Now, as you arrive on the shores of the Isle, Isle of Olivia is the largest Silverin Bay. It has a wizarding tower that sits at the center point. It is a citadel. It presides itself over Dominion, and then House Harkin has occupying of a town with the actual shoreline, with the dock, much of it built off of stone. It's this kind of lighter, kind of whitish stone that's like bleached, and it works off of the rockings of the isles and provides fortifications within the actual mouth of the isle in that small bay, that inlet. And there are towering statues dedicated to House Harkin of these great noble figureheads of mages that stand tried true. They have kind of these staffs that hold, giving light, almost like the daylight spell, outside of the actual top ends of those staffs. The system of rank within is not dissimilar from other wizarding schools. You have an Archmage at the top, then you have subsequent like rune guardians, and then professors, and then initiates, that sort of thing. I won't get into the rankings of that. And just know that you are taking a boat. You're sailing across the bay a little bit of ways. And the bay itself is massive, so it is going to take an hour or so. And you want to think messengers, like, how do we get a message? So just send a sending spell. It's literally what they did. They communicate with magic. So they just use a sending stone that's connected to House Harkin, or they can send a sending message, which is something that your dad is able to do. And meetings happen all the time. And so when you're sailing, you're also accompanied by 2 other smaller ships that are filled with guard. And so your ship, the Presider, is kind of a flagship of your house, has your actual house's colors and symbol. It's also moved as a magical nature as well. There's other individuals with your house that are capable of magic, and they got to guide the ship across the bay as well to aid the moving fog and that sort of thing. And then the 2 smaller ships that kind of flank it are filled with guard, and they are there to defend your ship if ever pirates or anybody would kind of make way and try to attack you. Not that that happens, but you're always at the ready. Okay? So coming into the actual wharf, coming through the sea gate, if you will, of the Isle, you dock down, you begin to hike up through the switchbacks of stairs and into the lower district of the Isle, then into the Citadel. Working your way into the Citadel, you then make way into Master Lord's chamber. So, let's get the Master Lord. That's right, absolute G. So, the Citadel is massive, and I've tried to find a little background that depicts that very well. So there's the traders, there's the banners of House Harkin, as well as the banners of others, flag kind of hanging down from the actual stone and wooden rafters. So the beams are coming through of these great halls, and these great kind of hallways are elongated out. The central point of a statue that holds a depicting of House Harkin and the magical endeavors that they pursued, the great nation of Glenmark. There are traders that align the first floor of the Citadel, and then there's various other sorts of office and departments and these other things that you can get yourself into. And so you're working up through teleportation circles. So wizarding schools such as this uses teleportation circles for travel. There are staircases to help augment that, but they're like platforms that actually have circles already created for transporting. And so when you come in, it's similar to that of your house. And you might be wondering, why didn't we just like teleport here? You know, why did we take a ship and all of that? And it's to represent, it's representation to the people of the Isle, right? So it's also a public thing to make sure that the ship, that you see the ship, you see the people kind of dismounting, right? Common folk of the Isle are representing that something is happening. And Glenmark does their statecraft in the public eye. They don't hide anything from their people. So using a circle, you teleport in to the Master Lord's chamber. Master Lord's chamber is literally just a grand oaken desk that's accented. It sits on a platform up high at the back end. There are banners of every different house aligned on that back wall. and they're kind of done in a little bit of a rainbow, like a swoop that comes through. Then there's pillars every so often on the left and right. A great runner runs the double wooden door towards your backside. The platform teleportation is right in the dead center, and so you kind of teleport in. The runner kind of goes around that and splits in two for a bit, and then you have shelving of different books. You also have scribes and recorders. You have lorists, and then you have facilitators of a variety in different sorts of offices and chambers. So this is one room that goes into others. It's not very large in terms of occupancy. You could maybe have 30, 40 people in here. And you might imagine they might bring in some tables, have a little feast or a festival, not a feast or festival, sorry, a soiree party, every so often. So who is this guy? So this is Master Lord Stiller and Harkin. They are the person behind the desk. They actually have an Archmage robot with reds and purples and blacks. They have a mantle. A magical mantle that comes up to their shoulders and kind of cuffs around. They're sitting on a grand, that oaken desk, and they're just working on notes. A humble quill. They work. They see you all teleport in. They lay down the quill. Left a cough, and you see some of their quarters standing up and moving. And as they stand up and move, they're kind of moving their desks and podiums into position that align the runner. And they just sit down. And you're just kind of looking from left to right as they move them magically and set them down onto the light bleached stone floor. It has veins of marble. Going up to the ceiling, there's skylights, rafters that kind of work through, dome skylights that shine bright light within from the aisle and protect from the weathering. You see as the Master Lord stands up. Welcome! You all have come. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, as they're old, they begin to walk around the desk, leaning on it for a brief time, showing numerous amounts of magical rings upon their fingers, trinkets. Then they stand tall on the platform in front of the desk, scribes and the recorders at the ready.
So wait, what's his name one more time?
I'll put it in chat.
Okay. So...
And it's pinned.
Sweet. Hello, Master Lord Harkonnen. I come with grave news from the continent of Theria. I'm not sure if you've heard, but the Talthor rule is in ruin.
Holds
It
up
has
a
been
hand.
done.
One moment.
Of
He
course.
goes over and reaches into the desk, grabs something off, and there's an ear horn. Sticks it in the air. Scribe recorder comes up to you and hands you something similar to speak into. Go ahead.
Sorry. Good day, Master Lord Harkonnen. I come to you with some grave news and a great request. I'm not sure if you have heard, but the kingdom of the Talthors has been put into ruin at the hands of a powerful mage and dragons under his thrall. I come to you as a representative of a town there named Fatehaven, hoping to request ships and soldiers from you so that we may set up a safe haven for any refugees coming from Brealder, but also that we could maybe strike back and reclaim some of the lost land from this mage.
Well, looks towards your dad. Just starts yelling at your dad. Our Lord Willow. Lord Rollin Willow, your sword is exactly how I remembered them. Ha ha! Ambitious, are we? See as your father looks standing in line. Yes, my son is very ambitious. And Master Lord Stillard, I would implore you to seek reason on this behalf. Hear the words of my son. Aye, I will. By the grand unknown of our devoted Celestian, guided in eternal unknowingness, we must be the ones who find the knowing. Do tell me, son of Lord Willow, are you as powerful as the day you left? Or have you gained more prowess over the chaos in the arcade?
Lord Master, I have grown, I think of what people would say at quite a rapid rate. I'm by no means the same age that left this land.
You're not then, are you?
I would say so, sir.
Well, in that case, you see as they begin to reach for a couple of pieces. Handful of clay, crystal glass, different spheres to begin to hover them. They begin to look towards you. Do you mind? Shall we test your Irtufatum? By trial of prowess.
Yes, sir.
You see as they begin to combine the elements, begin to pour it towards you, and a blast of energy waves from their hand. They begin to send out this blast of energy. You hear the voice of the Lord. Counterspell it!
Guess. Wait, do I know what spell it is just off of seeing it?
Go make an Arcana check. Fireball. 27. It is a feeble mind spell.
Oh fuck, he's not playing around.
God damn! I'll counterspell it at 5th level.
Okay. So as you expend a spell slot to higher spell slot to potentially counterspell here. Cast a spell using spell slot of 4th level or higher, and then your spell has no effect if its level is less than or equal to the level of the spell slot you used. Feeble Mind is an 8th level spell. You have cast counterspell to 5 level. I need to have a check, please.
It's just an intelligence check, right?
It is an intelligence check. The DC is 18.
Wait, was that a
Bam.
saving throw? That was a saving throw.
Yeah, it's
So-
it's still fine. Yeah, we got the 18 and we got the modifier. As you throw up your hand, a wave of energy gusts through, anticipating the spell, understanding it. You send an energy that begins to vibrate through, dispelling the particles of the feeble mind. You see as they look towards you and they hold their hand out, staff strikes down into the ground. A polished blue metallic staff that forms a twisted spiral towards the top end and holds an orb in that mantelpiece. Oh, B! Still holding the air horn. Look at you! Counterspell of that caliber. You'd be a professor yet at Glovia. But you're still hawking about, adventuring on your Irtufatum. Tell me.
Yes, sir.
Tell me 3 things that you have learned on your adventures.
Well, one, dragons are much more resistant to magic than I originally thought. Two, that, eye monsters are quite tricky to take out, especially with their anti-magic field. Must be very careful when facing one. And that 3, whenever you are facing multiple mages, it is best to take out one as quickly as possible, because with their ability to counter everything you can throw at them, having a numbers disadvantage really puts you at on the back.
I see. Well, continue this trial of prowess. We'll now introduce a riddle to you.
God.
What is wet but hot at the same time?
Wait, what did you say?
What is wet and hot at the same time?
What is wet and hot at the same? Shut up! I can see all the chats. Dude.
Bro, you can't do him like that. Oh no.
Jesus Christ. Oh man. What is wet and hot at the same time? I hate riddles so much, dude. So, I would say a geyser.
Geyser. Wow. A complicated answer to a rather simple riddle. It's hot water. You ready for another one?
Okay.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, Lord Master. I'm not good at riddles.
No,
You could
not
sleep.
good at riddles, but you could cast a counter spell to bash my feeble mind. It seems you've done less education and more combating. Alas, we will conclude the trial of prowess. I have heard enough. Stake your claim, son of Lord Willow.
Is he asking? Out of character. Is he asking me to repeat what I need?
No, once you stake your claim.
What does that mean? I'm
It means
confused.
you need to demand it by your birthright.
Oh. Okay. As the heir to House Willow, I formally request that reinforcements be sent to Fate Haven. For the desperate people that live there, they need the support and help of the Harkonnen forces.
Ah. By your right, it shall be done. You know, son of Lord Willow, that blasted mage, Davila, the cursed wicked dragons. What can you tell me? Have you faced this mage in battle?
No, sir, I have not.
Tell
When I
me of
met
the
him-
dragons. How can you slay them?
So, from what my adventuring party has been able to conclude, it is that we must collect the essence, the spirit of dragons, and when those are combined, their invulnerability to damage is cancelled out, and we may slay them at that.
Powerful magic such as this. Grabs the great beard, begins to pull it, stroking it down. The essence
Lord
of
Master.
dragons is on this plane of existence. Oh, how peculiar.
Lord
Yes.
Master, would you be interested in seeing the stones of the essence of dragons?
Approach me, son of Lord Willow.
And I will walk up.
You see as they reach into the robe and they grab a pair of eyeglasses.
I will pull the black stone out of my bag and hold it in the palm of my hand.
There is many tales. Library here in the Citadel that has tried to depict what great power this artifact would hold. And it's a simple stone. Oftentimes, many remarkable things come in unexpected packages. Vava, your nickname has come through to me, even to my ears. Quite a good nickname. Takes off the glasses, puts it in the room.
I think
do
when
you
he
know?
says that, I'm gonna stare back at my dad, like with the "Come on, man," and then look back.
Dad shrugs his shoulders. What can you tell me of the prophecy of the Uniter? Have you heard of this tale? You were young, 13 of age. I saw you as a great pupil once. What can you tell me?
What do I know of it? Like, out of
Make a history check.
history. Ooh,
Nothing.
nothing.
You know it's a prophecy that concerns your people.
Lord Master, if I'm being perfectly honest, I was quite careless in my youth and did not research this prophecy to the extent that I probably should have.
That's why you're no good at riddles.
That is true.
Too much on the streets and not in the library. You know, I once was young. Those court maidens, some of the recorders, never married. Master Lord and all. But one did fancy an image or two.
I'm sure you had your way with the ladies.
The prophecy of the Uniter is simply put, a person with powerful magic will arise to unite the lands against a great evil that will devour it. What I need you to know is that this prophecy, it's not something that our people would find themselves in belief of. We have diviners, and of course, we can predict the possible outcomes. But a prophecy such as Vegas' without a finite steps is a false. Oh, we would think it would change. Since you were born, this prophecy has not changed, and it has always been the same. I'd like to think the moment is here. You want to know what is peculiar about this prophecy? Is that in its text, as it's wrote from our mages, diviners, is that the word devour is a proper noun. How peculiar is that? You know, Celestian. Many remark here Glenmark as one of the very creators of arcane magic. At least in some influence to it. All the chaos in the prime material plane gifted us such these otherworldly and unimaginable depictions. Power. There are some that propose the Celestian wanders in the unknowing in the astral sea, claims no devoted for power, because they are hunted. And in this same script, they use the word devour as a proper noun. Why do I concern this with you? Well, you have risen to great lengths over a short time. You also are faced in a land that is distraught. And there is a great evil that lurks. Damodar. And they have power. Rivals the likes of me. Supersedes it. It is because of what they command. Not just dragons, my boy. Something else. And I could not figure this out. Nor could my diviners. The Wizard's Keep and the Isle of Beer is shielded. But also Damodar. And their past. There's nothing. No clues. As if the very existence of Damodar was wiped clean from our mind. Leaving holes and gaps. But there should be something. I give you this prophecy. And I give you this information. So that you may do something with it. You have claimed your right as son of Lord Willow. For a request to aid. This will be met. I will ensure the king and the others will agree. It will take time to move our ships and our soldiers.
In that effort, I have gotten word that the Bluegrass Company would be able to assist you in the movement of soldiers. They have extra ships on hand.
Wonderful. That could help with the common soldier. We here at Govia will begin to teleport what we can.
That'd be very helpful.
Puts a hand on your shoulder. Because, son of Lord Willow, Varys, you are not alone. And Arthuria is not alone. World has seen what Damodar has done. But I fear you may be the only one to stop them. You in that essence. Something so powerful. It's supposed to have even created them. Command them. Grow them. Give them strength. Prime Elementals wielded them to terraform this planet and others across many different times. They were not powerful to be able to command them as they grew. They lost strength. They retreated to their elemental planes. If you are able to control them in the slightest, or gain any power over that artifact, taps you in the chest, there is great strength. Celestian looks upon you. You very well be a creation of Celestian given to us. This plane. Who knows? That's for you to figure out.
So you really do think that prophecy is about me?
I knew the very minute you were born. That prophecy, the prophecy of the Oneida, has changed over 24 times in my life. But when you were born, it never did.
I think if you could read Varys's facial expressions, it's just, oh shit, more responsibility.
Ah, blasted, dear boy. It's just a prophecy. Shape up, will you?
Just a prophecy.
Yes, my lord.
Don't call me Lord. Call me Stillen. Master Lord was never a fitting title, neither was Archmage. I only serve this position because I'm the only one who can! See the scribe recorder starts like writing notes and writing these down. He's like looking up right. Ah! Well.
Well, Master, oh, sorry, I'm trying to find where his name is.
It's pins.
Master Steel.
You can go to the pins
Yeah,
section of
I
chat.
found,
See it.
I found it. Well, Master Stillman, thank you for all your help today. For the brief scare, I didn't think you would cast such powerful magic at me in your room.
You're not the only one I feeble-minded. Not everyone's able to counterspell that. Proud on you. I'd have had you feeble-minded for days. Come! He begins to walk down the staircase as you help him down a little bit. It's beginning to walk. Let me meet your friends. Oh, one moment. Begins to pull out a finger. Pulls from their head a thread. As it begins to pull out, they begin to put it into a crystal jar, corking it from the robe. They hold it up into the air. You see it begins to flutter, and then it just disappears. All right. You get to walk over to your friends. Hello. Reaches out to you, Tegan.
Master Stillrun, this is Tegan of the Ill-Fated.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
What's your name?
Tegan.
I'm just fucking with you. I heard you. Well, Tegan, what do you do?
I am a practitioner of the bardic arts.
Ah, is that the magic that you play and you weave the arcane, the chaos, with music?
He does.
Normally, it's
Look at
always
his
kind of come to me
drums.
naturally. However, as you see here on my hip, these have been very, very useful in these last couple months in increasing my prowess.
Those bongos.
Yes.
I've seen some of the shipmates using those. Cheer up the crews.
And he's going to pull out his staff and go, and this is my beaten stick.
Where did you get a staff of warding?
It's actually a dragon slaying staff of warding.
It is not a dragon slaying staff. That is a staff of warding. Creation of Felgen. Powerful staff is that. How did you
he
come
doesn't know
into...
what he's talking.
Oh. Well,
I
I
know
assumed
it's-
as much, Vava. It's a bard.
Excuse me.
I mean no insult. Many in Grovia that have failed this institution have become bards. It is not a weak profession. For the study of the arcade, it is only an easier path.
Listen, I was given the opportunities I was given, and I'm good at this, and I stick to it.
I respect it.
But no,
A true devoted.
we
I don't know if
picked up
devoted
that
is the right
staff
word,
on our travels, and when I had found this staff of Dunamancy, I gifted him the staff of warning.
Staff of Dunamancy. A prowess artifact, and glad it's in your possession. You'll do well with it, Vava. But do tell me, staff of warding, how did you get it?
We found it in a dungeon. It was I think it was an old magister that we found it.
A dungeon. An old magistrate. Do you know where they studied?
They studied in Falcon.
Ah. I see. And they were still alive?
No, they were long deceased.
You spoke with their spirit, then. Or did you, Vava, raid a corpse? Defile her?
Tegan will speak up and be like, "Oh no, sir. This was merely a part of a bounty. We come upon many hordes in our travels as slayers of dragons, and this was merely a boon as a part of one of those."
Looks towards you. You know, Tegan, do you know how many bards I have come across in this great citadel?
Countless, I imagine.
You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Spinning some fantastical tale to pleasure my mind.
Well, I'll tell you what thing is, you wouldn't be able to tell without magic.
Oh. Well, be it as it may, let me tell you something. The Staff of Wardings are greatly prized and sought after. Forged by those at Felgham, and lost. It was told that the Rune Guardians hold those. Vendors of the Well of Nine Realms. You are to have them. You have recovered something the world thought lost. Good job. Hold to them. Yes.
People think they are lost.
Oh, of course. Felgham was gone. Olivia worked with Felgham. They were studies of the Old One. But they were also keen to the cosmos and the astral sea like we. We shared information, of course. And we exchanged students. You didn't think when you started to develop psionic abilities I knew nothing of Chronomet, did you?
No, sir.
We didn't have a school dedicated in the Citadel, but didn't mean we didn't know of others that practice the same type of magic.
Well, I feel like I should let you know. The mages that are following Damodar use staffs just like these.
I have heard of these mages. What do you believe? How do you believe they got them?
I mean, I could believe that Damodar must have taken them somehow and armed his mages of reckoning with them.
Right you are. Right you are. You'll be careful then.
Yes, sir.
Staff of Warding's powerful abjuration magics. They can be quite potent against castles such as themselves.
That you are right. I've seen one disintegrate a dragon spawn.
You what?
Yes.
You're saying that the staff you hold here can cast a disintegration spell?
Well, it was more of a withering, and then once it, it fell to the ground, it started to crumble.
I think like Varys is kind of chuckling, and then in his head, telepathically, he's gonna say, "I casted Blight on the monster, and he hit it with the staff, and he thinks the staff did it."
Oh! Oh! So you're a fool! Jester, of course.
I like to think I'm quite funny, but the power that I have unlocked with the staff is no joke.
Well, perhaps you have something far more enchanted than just a Staff of Wardingland. True prized artifact. How about I offer you something?
What might that be?
I will offer you something as equal and rare, and we'll call it an even trade.
Okay. What is your offer?
You see as they look towards the staff that they left leaning against the desk, begin to motion the hand towards it, sucks into them, stomp it down in front of you. This, my dear boy.
It's a fishing rod.
Is that what you said your staff is, a fishing rod?
No.
No, no, the Discord's going crazy.
Oh, is that lagging?
No, yeah, we didn't hear you say anything.
Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Good, I didn't DC. You see as they reach out towards the desk, and they point towards the staff that was leaning against the desk that they left there, and then the actual staff itself just begins to float towards the Master World. The Archmage grabs the staff, holds it, and stamps it into the ground. And he says, "This, my dear boy."
And this staff that you're offering, what abilities does it hold?
Well, this, my dear boy, is the staff of the Magi. I'm surprised you don't know what it is.
You heard Varys go, "Holy shit!"
This is the staff, Gavir. Prized artifact. Something of design, the very first who formed this citadel. It harnessed the power of the arcane weave, their spirit and soul intertwined. Has the abilities to absorb spells, and holds a plethora of other magics it can use. But before I make this trade, I need you to really tell me where you have got that staff of water. Can you do that for me? A former of bongos?
Well, as someone who's very crafty with their words, I understand that when the truth is needed, words are binding. So if you give me your word, the trade shall transpire. I'll tell you exactly where we got this staff.
Ah! You wish to make it formal.
Well, of course. It seems like this is a very, very profound moment. You value the historic nature of the staff very greatly in order to give up such a powerful artifact.
Trades off. You see staff vaporized out of space. Well, son
I
of
knew that wasn't gonna happen.
Lord Willow, best to make this one a little bit more trusting Archmage, Master Lord, wanting to make a deal up front. What am I? Look around you!
Tegan's very
Listen.
good at securing deals.
I'm a hustler. I know a hustler when I see one, okay?
Oh, a hustler. You know, Tegan. Tegan's look towards you, staring you right in the eyes. You know, a hustler never stops working.
Never.
You'll do well at the hand of son of Lord Willow. You'll keep going in your station. And perhaps we will meet again. And you will strike a finer bargain for this staff. For now, it is mine and mine alone. Don't think for a minute. I don't know what that real staff does. May be old, but I'm not a fool. I have other matters of state to attend to. The Citadel doesn't run itself. Looks around to the quarters and scribes. Still diligently thinks.
This guy
Thank
might
you
as
for
well
your-
just be drunk all the time. Like, he's just belligerent.
Thank you for
As-
your time.
For arrangement. My encoded thoughts are on their way. Audience will be held. And soon enough, You will have word of when the ships will arrive. For now, I will begin. Make arrangements to teleport our soldiers as soon as we can. Where shall I send them?
Yeah,
Before we
I will
go-
copy the glyphs down for the teleportation circle in the keep, and I'll hand them the parchment.
Ah,
This is the teleportation circle within the keep.
wonderful. He begins to flutter it over to one of the scribes. Make copies of that, will you?
Who's in this room with us? Is it just Varys' family, the scribes, and the master, or is there other
It
people
is.
as well?
It is Alvin. It is Lord Willow. So Varys' dad. It is Master Lord Stiller Harkin. It is you. It is Varys, and it is over 36 scribes and recorders lighting the runner. That is it.
And these scribes would just be recording the what's transpiring for the house's records, or just for the master in general. Like,
There-
is this going to be public record, or
This is on record. Everything is diligently recorded.
okay? I mean, we kind of already spilled the beans about the stones, so if we bring up the old one, I don't know what that's going to do. But
He knows about the.
I know, but he doesn't know that we are in cahoots with the old one.
It's up to you. Make the call.
Master, I do have a question for you, if you don't mind me.
Oh, no worries. Ask away.
You brought up knowledge of something referred to as the old one.
I did.
What do you know of this?
What do I know of the old one? Is some celestial being, cosmic being. Researchers at Felgum remarked it as something truly extraordinary. Outside the bounds of time. Could see into the past, present, and future. It spoke in absolutes, which is rather peculiar for a creature who can see so much and so many infinite possibilities. My regard to this research was that there was more at stake. That this being, who would otherwise assume as rather innocent, was actually had some plot, some reason behind it. That is where Felgum had ended their research.
Have you ever heard of individuals harnessing the powers of this entity before?
I have not. Only that the entity awoke avatars in the very earliest days of Felgum's creation. Creatures that walked the Isle of the Blessed and helped the very earliest of the gnomes build their tower.
I see. Well, I appreciate the exchange of knowledge.
You are
and-
most welcome, Tegan.
And thank you for the assistance of our great town. The people there are beyond appreciative.
We are not doing it for your town, Tegan. We are doing it for people. For in every person, there is a bit of the we. Tap you in the chest. A kindred spirit that, with just enough nurturing, will grow to harness and use it to cultivate powerful magic. And use it, perhaps, to find the unknowing and make it knowing. The loss of life in the siege of Beelder, and the war transpires on Arthuria. Those are all innocent life. Small blips. Small flames that have been extinguished, or they can reach their true potential. And we will provide aid best that we can. Why, you ask? Because we can. And what's to say Damodar will finish what he has started? Before that reaches Glenmark. Is there any other questions for me?
I believe that's it.
No,
All right
sir.
then. Well, all keen to take yourselves back? Don't need any more magic casting from me, had you, Varus?
No, sir. I don't think I could handle it.
Now, you all drift and find yourselves in the Sea of Star.
I'll
As they
give
lower
him a bow
themselves,
and walk out.
turn around to the recorders. No! Did you catch all of that? Or do I need to encode my thoughts to you, Jeffrey? He's Jeff. Didn't think so. Got it down this time? Good.
I
think
will
I
lean over
didn't-
to Andrew. You got
You
all
think-
that shit, Andrew?
As Alvin looks towards you.
Oh, not Andrew. Alvin. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Oh, I've got it all.
You,
You got it,
you
Alvin?
apologize right now, Varys.
Hey, Alvin. Was the food good?
It's quite delicious. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking me along.
You're welcome to come with us anytime we come back.
He's an Master Lord. Continue to walk. And what was the point of chanting all of those typewriters to type for you? And your grills help you facilitate it. Ah, I need some wine. Christ. Ah.
Man, he's a chiropractor, dude.
He gets to walk back to the desk. And you all teleport. And yada yada yada. Well, that was a lot. Okay.
That was wild.
All right, so getting aid, obviously you got some more information, the prophecy of the Uniter. You got a more opinion based on like otherworldly perspective, or sorry, other content perspective. I'm getting really bright. Okay, other content perspective of Damodar and everything that's happened in the world. A couple things, kind of maybe perhaps lost in translation. So this war is actually going to have a name. So they're going to begin to they're going to describe that. I'm going to find that in my notes because I did not include that. Where is it? I also forgot to include it in the handout. Not bad. Can't find it in here. Oh, wow. Okay. I'll move on.
Oof.
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think this is what. Sure. There it is. Okay. All right. So the war itself is basically getting a nickname, kind of a title, if you will. Instead of, I would say people on the continent are going to refer to it as a Great War, but it's not really a war against like two countries, right, or two nations. So when we come to this kind of part of the campaign, including the handout, I probably should have, but we come to after this point in time, like a number of months and days and stuff. They start calling it. They start giving it a name. Okay, so the name that they give it is referred to as the Blight of Dragon. So it's a consequence of the Wrath of Dragons, and how that leaves wakes across, and so that kind of is right having it called forth. Now, so far we've only heard of Dragon Fort, like actual like Damodar's forces, right? So now we're gonna get a name too, because they're coming together in a unified bond. So of like what is that name, right, for that unified bond instead of like Damodar's forces. I'll put that in chat as well. Spelled that. All right. So that's what it's going to start being referenced as, in terms of the unified army of Damodar. So they're starting to refer to themselves as instead of like the Mages of Reckoning, right? You have Fire Giants, you have Bodir. They're kind of being brought together under one unified banner, which is kind of under Draconic Ton of Tongue is the Red Dragon, right? So it's like Red Draconis. So that itself is now coming to play as well. So I want to make sure that those two pieces of information, because I figured, this would be the point that they would be given to you, as well as this Master Lore would be referring to them as an outside perspective to the continent, and be starting to refer to them in those positions. But since we skipped 90 days, I got to set my mind into that as well, that you would most likely get that information now. So So after this point, with these two pieces of information and then the prophecy of the Uniter and some more information of Felgim, you know, the Master Lord sending information in terms of resources and aid, Glenmark will be sending the mages via. So they're actually going to be sending some mages from there. They're also going to send an equivalent of Eldritch Knights. So they're actually going to be like actual like Eldritch Knights. So fighters that have Eldritch kind of fight like arcane magic and stuff. And they are actually what is at the backbone of a Glenmark army. So they are all gifted with the arcane. There's no actual soldier that Glenmark has that doesn't have some level of arcane power. Okay.
Pretty badass.
Oh.
You guys got us some good allies.
Yeah, Tegan really charmed him. That was hilarious.
So the mages will come in a variety of different, you know, ranks or whatever in their position. And then the knights, those are referred to as Knights of the Mark. And then in addition to that, you'll be getting Glenmark warships, which are they're actually abjuration enchanted type of ships, which are not dissimilar away from the Temerians in the way they're protected, but they don't really have the cannons like Temerians do.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll make it happen for him. Don't you worry.
Yeah, you would.
As we're walking back, I'm just gonna look to Tegan and say, well, I would say that was a outstanding success.
Yeah. That old bastard's a trip.
Yeah, sorry for the Bardic insults. That's old wizards for you.
I don't care. I don't. I literally don't even really consider myself a bard.
But you're so good at the bongos.
I try. I can't help being great.
That old bastard was never going to give you a staff of the Magi.
I didn't really care.
I did, because I was gonna take it from you.
Here's the thing. Game recognizes game.
For sure.
And that just wanted me to spill the truth. But I knew because, you know, honor and whatever he's got going on with his position. If I made him give his word, he wouldn't be able to back out of it, especially in front of all those scribes. So it was more of his calling my bluff, I calling his bluff. I think it was a test, really, but we'll see.
It was fun.
Yeah, he's probably a good dude.
A good teacher.
Plus, I would not be able to use that thing.
No, I would have taken it from you.
Over my dead body, and I just keep walking.
That can be arranged.
I'd pay to see that fight.
It'd be such a dumb fight. I cast a spell, counter spell.
He would just he'd cast Hypnotic Pattern until Varys finally ran out of counter spells, and then he would just do it again, and then he would go get a sandwich.
Well, the other thing is, we know that Tegan can, 1, hit people with a staff, and 2, shoot up with a crossbow. So, outside of the magical realm, once they both run out of spells, Tegan wins the fight if they just counterspell each other to death.
It's true.
Should have been a blade singer.
Or an evocation wizard.
Yeah, one or the other.
Just kill that man with cantrips.
Kill him with cantrip. Kill him with cantrip. So now you're kind of coming back. That kind of takes the course of the day. not really a dinner, perhaps. You're more than welcome to enjoy an evening, a dinner, or whatever with the Master Lord if you wish before you depart, which is kind of customary. But given the nature of the circumstance of what you're requesting, Master Lord will not be there for that dinner. They're going to be waiting for a response back and then finishing your request to kind of get on that.
Well, if he's not there, I'd probably just head back.
Yeah, and that's the showing. I think it's showing the urgency of the matter, right? So they're taking it really seriously, and it's a very urgent matter. And so, normally you would imagine them having a dinner, right, and a little bit of a party, very festive type thing, doing business such as this, statecraft business such as this. But because of how urgent it is, and knowing that you have other business, the Master Lord is not going to take your time, right, keeping you here for a dinner unless you wish to do that. So, and they themselves aren't going to be attending it, right? So
Yeah.
it'll have other houses involved with it, and these other people that might be on the island at the time just to hold something. And your father can serve and do that. So your father could represent and be there. You don't have to be there. You can go back to Fate Haven. Okay. We'll now come to Thanos. Thanos, you said you had something to do. I got the potion list from you, Drew, and I can definitely facilitate that at the end of the session here. It's not like a role play thing. I don't think. I quickly checked the list of that stuff. I didn't see anything on there that would have to be rolled for. Let me make sure.
And I did the math. We still have like 1,000 things of bundles of supplies left after all those potions.
Oh, you already calculated it all out?
Yeah, I can redo the math. I didn't write it down, but we would have like 1,000 left over.
So you went through with the math of it, but then you're like, I didn't write it
Yeah,
down.
and then I like closed my calculator
That's great.
and lost it.
That is great. Okay,
I'll redo it real
so
quick.
let's see, Supreme. The Supreme Healing is a very rare. I think you're gonna run into the same issue.
Or he
That
just can't
Varus
roll a 1.
You just can't roll a 1. Yeah. Because you're a master. 5. Character sheet open. Your wisdom is 5. 4, and you're not being helped. Your passive is 21. So anything for very rare and over, you're still gonna have to roll for it.
Okay.
I think that the Supreme, the restorations are uncommon. The Supreme potions will have to be rolled for. So what I want you to do is in chat, go ahead and make just do /R space 14 d20, and your active is so high that you can't fail it unless you get a 1.
I rolled 2 1s, 3 1s.
4 1s. You rolled 4 1s.
I rolled 4. Shit.
There's 4
And you rolled
1s
a
in
natural
here.
20, so can that cancel out one of the 1s?
Damn, you
No.
rolled so high above average,
Yeah,
even
that's
with 4
crazy.
1s. Like, that's nuts.
Wow. That is absolutely insane. So as a master, you're going to recover 75%.
I rolled one thing below 10. The rest were nat 1s. I wasted all those good rolls.
Yeah, but the thing
Go back
is,
to my math.
if you
How
recover,
many superior
5%,
potions is that?
you can re-roll 2 of them.
14.
So you're going to
Or
get
no.
you're basically going to get what you're going to lose out on one of the materials. So you're going to get back because your recovery is so high. You can actually, you're just going to lose one of the potions, and you can make 3 more rolls, and you'll lose one of the 14 if you succeed on those 3. So give me 3 more rolls. I do want to make a note. This is for every potion takes
Oh.
2 hours. So this is what you're doing it for like days.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I assume like during like the downtime or even right now, it's just it's just
Gotcha.
what he's been doing. There we go. Rolled a 2.
Oh, almost.
There you go. Okay, let me. It's 15.
Such a big potion list.
And are these the potions of recovery?
No, these
These
are
are
the potions of supreme.
Supreme
healing.
healing.
It's like 10d8 or some shit.
Yeah, it's
That's insane.
10d8
Mhm.
plus 20.
God.
Are we selling these or are we keeping these?
These are for us.
These are for. We're about to go fight another fucking dragon. Did you see how fucked up we get?
I guess.
I mean, I guess.
One dragon breath and you got to take a potion. Like, it's a 1-to-1 trade.
And Thanos
I mean, I'm not gonna have a
pushing
fucking
now.
problem against the next one. I'm immune to cold damage, so
You are
I will be
that.
too by the time we get that fucking stone put together. We
Acid
can hang
is-
out.
I feel like no one attacks me with acid. Like, other than that dragon.
Joke's
Whoa.
on you. You're gonna get kidnapped one day and they're gonna try to dunk you in acid and you're gonna grow fins and shit while you're in the water. And they're gonna be like, why is this guy dying?
that's how.
So I want to get the math right. So for those 4 fails, I get half the resources back,
You
right?
get 75%. Your recovery at master is 75%. So you're gonna
75%.
you're gonna basically get 6 out of the 8 back. So then you can make 3. You can't make 4.
Right.
You can make 3. Which you're basically using the same amount of materials. as
Okay,
you
so
would
then
for all of
so then should I roll one more so I get all 14?
If you want to use the materials to get 14, you can. I don't know
Yeah.
how much materials you have. You can do another one if you
Well,
wish to.
I'm doing the math. We still have 1100 left,
Okay.
so I could just do that one more.
All right, go ahead and do one more, and get one more roll out here.
Yes, a 2.
All right.
Dude,
Okay,
you are
so-
cutting it close.
All right, so you have 14 in there, and I'll let you. If you did the math already, you can go ahead and reduce the backpack.
Yeah. Let me just. I'm gonna double check my math. Measure twice, cut
Wait,
once.
What
Are
all
we
did you make?
Those.
A lot. He and I were talking about it in the DMs. It's a nice little list.
So we went from 4,500 to 900. We have 900 left.
That's fine. We get 100 a day, I think. Or is it 50 a day? It might be a 50 a day.
It'll take you a little bit over a week to make all of this.
Or went hard at work from my boys.
And in terms of materials you're getting, you have 10 farms. So you're getting 50 of plant material common per day.
Yeah. So we
quite a
get
bit.
plenty back. And
Really just comes down to time to actually make them once you're on the road. It's not necessarily like the amount of materials you have.
I can assist you in making some of the ones that are rare or lower because I also don't need checks for rare or lower.
Oh, then we can like divvy it up, and you can just do all the why can't I think of the god dang name? You can do the superior while I'm, banging out the supreme. Then we can like literally chop that craft time in half.
Yeah.
That's what the warships are called. Got to include that as well. Sorry.
The whole time I got Marcus over my shoulder. Can I fight yet? Do y'all need my help?
Yeah, I know, right? Prop master, Marcus. What's
Fucking
going on,
Marcus.
man? Yeah, pretty much.
I was gonna be like, make sure everyone has enough food to eat. If not, you're gonna lose your title.
Yeah, I was gonna say I should have a tax or something on those. Basically it takes that much to eat. You're like, I love it. You're just like using them all for potions, and everyone's like, we're starving. You're like, shit.
Shut up. When you die of starvation, I'll make you drink this.
You drink
It'll
this.
be fine.
this
They were
feel
eating.
better.
thorned stems, I would be a little concerned.
Yeah, that's messed up. It's kind of like the weeds of a farm. Like it's like the weeds of a farm. You know what I mean? Like the farms are producing like crops or something. These are like the weeds they're plucking out for you, and you're like, yeah, I'll take them.
I'll turn them into superior healing
Let's
potions.
have a spirit here, potions. I love it.
So yeah, we got a lot more from Glenmark than I was expecting.
Well, I figured you would go back there, and so I was like, I might as well make it final a little bit. And in addition, it makes sense. So, Steven, I sent you a message. So I do have Velkin's, like high-ranking Velkin's prep, but those wouldn't be the ones that would like go with you on this adventure to do what it is in Lathan. So you're actually more than welcome to create the names for those characters as well, and I can actually create the characters if you ever interact with them at a later point. And then I will, depending on your story and how that kind of goes about, I will send you the actual name of the high-ranking person of the Brotherhood. That would be like the person that you would talk to. So
Okay.
But it really depends on what you're writing and that sort of thing, because there's
Yeah, I can just edit it in the same way like you did the backstory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's
So
no problem.
yeah, so that's kind of that. So we don't have a lot of our time. I got another session coming. I want to make sure we went longer today because we started late, and then we have a lot to kind of go through. And I know it's been a lot of role play with people, sitting and listening, and hopefully the narrative and the stories have been cool and all of that. So appreciate patience. Hopefully it's been a good time. So the last thing we need to get to today is the stone.
Stone. We're all gonna get stoned.
So Thanos, you are wanting to go somewhere and do what?
Yeah, so I want to focus on the stone and either see if I can connect with Aquina or directly to the Silver Dragon, since I know a couple people in the party have mentioned that they've been able to talk to the dragon through their stone.
Okay. Which one? You want to try to reach out to the Aquina?
Yeah, I'll reach out to them and see
Okay.
if they'll probably be more willing to give me information at this point.
All right, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
I'm good at these now.
So as you find space within your chamber, perhaps at the keep, some isolation away from others, you begin to reach out into your stone to form a connection, a bridge of some kind, and you begin to build that scaffolding within your mind. And that wave of energy extends from you, and you feel a slight kindred or some pulsating within the stone. And you're kind of clinging to that as you build the scaffolding. And eventually that becomes brighter and brighter, and you're just kind of holding it within your hands and just trying to nourish it forward, doing the best you can to continue to form this connection. And eventually it becomes blistering, not in terms of heat, but that of cold. And there is a liquid that begins to kind of come outwards, and it's very fluid, this connection, as it's formed. And you begin to hear the voice of something powerful, and it echoes within your mind. I have long waited for you to reach me.
Yes, our plans took a bit of a detour after we dealt with Grugash. I wanted to thank you for shielding my mind in the battle against Trillia. I was hoping that you could, however, help me again. Given these connections to the dragons, I was hoping you could give me its whereabouts and any other information on where the rest of the stones may be?
You know, when I reached out to another of you chosen, I protected them. Is this person... See as they break up a little bit. Are they still with you?
I'm not sure. All of the chosen are still in a party together. Do you know which one it was that you protected?
I could only feel the presence of their mind as it was broken from the spindle that grows as a seed of eternal power. The essence draws on something inside you. It feels like the Chaos Titans of old, now born to deity. Evolved fragments of Eryx that gained consciousness, not unlike us, prime elemental. Their mind was weak. Their memories, yes, the name Tegan.
Yes, he still travels with us. He bears the essence of the white and the blue dragon.
Alas, Stonus will be pleased. I do not know what has been done to my power. Only that it is broken. Yet the power lingers. Something otherworldly has shielded them. I cannot find them.
And what are you exactly? If I had to guess, it would be a prime elemental.
I am a being born of Eryx. What your kind refers as the spindle of creation. I evolved as the first of my kind. I am water incarnate.
That's okay.
I created the essence of silver and the essence of white. But They were not called this. It is what your kind call them. To me, they are my left and right hand. They are powers of the spindle, evolved, be great forces.
Is there more that they are capable of than with the dragons?
They will call to each other. But the shielding of the otherworld power the Devourer has protected them. Cannot find it. We used our power to grow dragon, to control them, and to infuse them with the spindle. But as they grew, so did the spindle inside of them. Eric's chaos. That power was enough. They broke free. Too powerful for we to control.
And the dragons, with their power of that chaos, would they be strong enough to face this devourer themselves?
The Devourer is a Chaos Titan, born last in the great cycle of the spindle. They did not become a deity like the others. They grew to hate them, feeding upon worlds and planes. They longed to devour Ares. It is why we safeguarded our dimension. Nothing can reach you except the user. One like you.
And one like Damodar, I presume? Oh, I appreciate all of the info. And once the stone is completed, maybe I will reach back out.
Takes much power. Wasted it is. I will be weak. Time. There is no time here. The others will try. They will try to take.
The others, you mean other beings like yourself, are going to try to take their stones back once they are complete?
The other primes. They will do whatever they can. Even if my world is lost.
Interesting.
Out of character, what they are hinting at is that it takes so significant of power to communicate to your plane of existence that they exhaust themselves, and that the other prime elementals will try to conquer their plane and take it over.
Mm,
That's what they're referring to. In
Okay.
addition to taking back what is their power, they're claiming back their power. So this creature is stating that the essence of dragons are just extensions of themselves.
mhm.
And they themselves are born from Eryx, which they're referring to as the spindle. It's the epicenter of creation.
Mhm.
And they have regarded that the planes, these elemental planes, which each of these primes reside and control upon, they safeguarded them, unified against what they refer to as the Devourer. And that the Usurper, it's a title that they give someone or something, was the only one that has came through to this plane.
All right. Well, feeling that, then I would go ahead and break the connection.
Okay.
Because obviously she's going to be I assume it's a she, judging by how they sound.
Yeah,
Probably
it's,
going to be a good ally.
you can refer to as she or they. I don't try to be particular pronouns based on these creatures because they're not really any sort
Yeah.
of gender with them, so it's really just up to you. I just roleplay them a certain way.
Okay. Yeah, I would break that connection then, just so that way I don't use too much of that connection.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all I had.
Okay. Anything else? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and close out our session. Hopefully that's been fun to listen to. Taking notes, hopefully. Maybe. I don't know.
Taking a lot of notes.
Yeah, keeping track of that. That's some pretty big information there from Aquina. So experience points. I'm going to go ahead and calculate some out because we did have some rolls and other things. Just give me a second. Calculate it out.
Negative experience points for Irwin rolling 4 nat 1s.
Yeah, that is going to bring it down, unfortunately. But
I rolled a nat 20. Come on.
You're 1 nat 20 for your 4 nat 1s, sir.
I didn't roll no ones for mine, for my 2 checks. So what were those checks for? It was for the +3 Darksteel Greatsword and your +3 Beskar.
Beskar. Yerp.
But you gotta buy more bolts. Don't forget.
But yeah, I'll just have Master Torvin ship some up. It's fine. He'll cover costs.
No way.
Nah, I can buy some bolts all the way out of town.
all right, so we have 544 experience each, but you had 77,009 experience total, and then for you, Drew, it's 66,654.
Dang, I'd like to request an extra 50 XP to get rid of that 666 number.
Sorry.
The cleric with the 666.
Or
and the
actually,
XP.
can I get 12 more experience so I can have all sixes?
This man.
Hopefully it's been enjoyable just seeing things, getting things, our heads wrapped around this whole town, all this information, all this new stuff. Past 90 days. If you have any questions or anything, you can DM me. And look for your story, Steven. And if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And hopefully check us next time. Ill-Fated. Bye.
Bye, chat.